Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4. May 24th, closed captioning, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, May 24th. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, check. Should we test the other microphone and see if that picks up on closed captioning?
Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to go into this room.
And then do we hit the start on this one?
Yeah, we gotta adjust that.
Okay.
Check sound check 1 2 small boardroom. Check sound check 1 2. Check 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 1 2.
Now, is that done on this device too?
Yeah, it should come up on the screen. It sounds like it is on John's. Your camera's not.
Camera's not situated.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
Okay, cool.
All right, welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. 1 week left in the school year, and 3 of the people at this table have had a child get married in the last week. So it's been a busy week. And we've got a full agenda tonight. So I'm going to start with a motion to go into closed session for negotiations of property.
I'll make a motion to go into closed session for negotiations and property.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. George to go into closed session for negotiations and property. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes and we will go into closed session. Our plan is to come out of closed session and start our meeting at 5:30.
too cold now? Oh, jeez.
Changes on a dime.
Are you going to turn
Yeah,
into the new
I-
Scott Thomas?
Sure, you're coming to that one.
Well, I
Is
was
that
about to
one?
pass out. I was so hot.
It's 76 in here, guys. To me, that's.
Are we rolling?
We're on.
Okay.
'Cause you're on the.
I am.
Okay, welcome. This is a meeting of the local building authority of the Jordan School District. Today is May 24th, 2022, and we have all of our board members present, Dr. Godfrey, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Larson, and Mr. Van Komen, and we are joined today by Mr. Ward from Zion's Public Finance. So we will start with you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you. The board had some discussion about a potential lease revenue bond. And so with us tonight is Mr. Jonathan Ward from Zion's Public Finance. We also have available to us Ryan Bierke, who is an attorney with Chapman and Cutler. I excused him from the meeting given the timeline, but if anyone has a question for Mr. Bierke, he said he is definitely available by cell phone, so we can contact him very easily. But Mr. Ward was going to talk about a refresher, if you will, on lease revenue bonds, and then review the purpose of the reimbursement resolution. Mr.
Okay.
Ward.
Thank you. It's nice to be with you again this evening. The lease revenue bonds are one of 3 tools available to school districts for financing projects, general obligation bonds being the most popular, most common, but gaining momentum throughout the state are the lease revenue bonds that are listed here. And then if there's cash flow needs, tax anticipation notes are also available for school district needs. But the lease revenue bonds are just like any other type of a loan. You borrow money as a school district and you repay it over time with interest. The issuer highlighted here on this particular slide is the school district. You borrow money from investors who in turn allow you to take that money and use it for projects. Over time, you'll repay the investors with interest, but you work through a paying agent, as illustrated here on this flow chart. The bond payments go from the issuer to the paying agent to the investors. That's under the GO bond structure. If you use a lease revenue bond structure, it's a little more complicated. You are the borrower as a school board, but not the actual issuer. The building authority is the issuer, and you put on your building authority hats to issue those bonds. You take investors' money, called the bond proceeds, deliver it to a trustee. The trustee acts as the go-between between the investors and you, the borrower. And that trustee hangs on to the money and uses it when you request it for the project. So you see the bond proceeds flowing from investors down to the bottom, issuer or building authority, up to the trustee, and then to the left to the borrower or district, with which funds you're able to then build your projects. The school district enters into construction agreements and assigns those to the building authority. The building authority assigns all of its rights, interests to the project and agreements to the trustee, and it gets to be a convoluted legal mess, which is why we have Ryan Bierke available by cell phone if there's questions on it. But the nuts and bolts of it is the district borrows the money and over time will repay it again through a trustee rather than a paying agent to investors with interest. The collateral or the security for bondholders ends up being the school, and an annual payment, an annually appropriated lease payment. Under the general obligation structure, I like to consider that sort of your, you own the facilities outright when you do the financing. Under this lease revenue bond structure, I like to consider this a rent-to-own type of financing project where you rent for a period of 20 years, and at the end of the 20 years, you own the facilities and they revert back to the school district. Whereas in the interim, the building authority technically owns the asset. Thanks, John. Under the the lease revenue structure, the Board of Education will enter into the construction agreements, like we said, assign rights to the property to the building authority, or MBA, we call it Municipal Building Authority. You pay the construction company, you seek reimbursement for any payments from the trustee. If you've made those payments on your own, you continue to make lease payments through the life of the financing to the building authority, and then after all said and done, again, the Board of Education becomes the owner of the facility. You've rented to own. On the building authority side, like I've suggested, the building authority assumes all the contracts, assumes rights and interest and responsibilities for the project over time. The building authority receives payments, lease payments from the school district to pay the bond holders. You go through that process, and at the end, the building authority gives back all the rights to the property to the district. Next slide, John. A couple of the differences. Under the general obligation bonds, there is no nonprofit building authority created or needed, but under the lease revenue bond, it is required. You use the general obligation bonds to finance your project. You can also use lease revenue bonds to finance projects, land and buildings. The really big distinction between the two is that under the general obligation bond structure, an election's required, held in November. So it slows down your process, typically. Under the lease revenue bond structure through the building authority, it's not required. However, if registered voters, totaling 20% of the registered voters within the district, wanted to force an election, they could by gathering signatures. You need to get 20% of the registered voters to sign. Under the GO structure, you're legally required to make the bond payments. Courts would require you and force you to make those payments, but under the building authority structure, you're not legally actually required to make payments. It's not advisable to miss payments or not make those payments from a credit standpoint, but legally it's allowed. Under the general obligation structure, taxes are the security, but as mentioned, under the building authority or lease revenue structure, the buildings are the actual security, along with that annual rent payment from the district to the building authority. Interest rates are lower with the general obligation bonds by about 10 to 50 basis points. That ends up being 0.5% on the high side. If you do lease revenue bonds, a little more expensive. There's also more upfront costs associated with it by about $40,000, because we're talking about duplicate legal documents, title insurance, and some additional scrutiny on the lease revenue bond. So it ends up being a slightly more expensive product, depending on how you look at expense, I guess. Using existing revenue streams that the district already has in place, you're able to repay the lease revenue bonds. The general obligation bonds require the vote of the people, and you would raise property taxes using a separate levy to repay that obligation. It's unlimited and never goes away with that the tax levy under the general obligation bonds is unlimited, but it will go away once all general obligation bonds go away. Under the lease revenue bond scenario, you use existing capital outlay funds, and you don't ever get rid of that obligation, because you use that for other purposes down the road, not just for debt repayment. You use it for ongoing pay-as-you-go capital needs. Lastly, there are no interest-only payments typically associated with a general obligation bond, but when you sell lease revenue bonds, there is a period of interest-only payments that is typical during the construction of a facility. And that helps you build the project, get students in the project before you really start paying aggressively on it. The role of the trustee is sort of a hyped up or amped up role of the paying agent under the GO structure. They have more responsibilities. They take on themselves more liability. They charge more as a result. So instead of about $500 a year. For a paying agent role, they charge $2,000 for a full-blown trustee per year during the time that those bonds are outstanding. So that's a quick overview of the differences between general obligation bonds and lease revenue bonds. Your tax levies, as indicated, that are already in place are used to repay the lease revenue bonds. The capital outlay lease revenue bond levy is currently set at 0.001486 with a statutory cap of 0.003. That would be the go-to source for repayment of lease revenue bonds. And it's obviously the repayment of these bonds wouldn't absorb the full cash flow from that levy. You'll have other cash resources for other capital projects throughout the district, but that would be the looked-to source. And of course, you can use other legally available funds to make these payments. You're not limited to just that levy if there's other legally available levies in place to do so. I say that because that general obligation bond levy, for instance, the 000804, is not legally available to pay these bonds. It's got to be used for general obligation bonds exclusively. Next slide, John. If the board decides that this is an avenue you want to take, tonight we brought a draft of the reimbursement resolution, which allows you some flexibility. On the 14th of June, if you wanted to approve this resolution, it would set in motion or set in place the requirements under the IRS rules, which would allow you to reimburse yourself with lease revenue bond proceeds. The IRS will let you use tax-exempt bond proceeds, whether it's general obligation or lease revenue bonds, to reimburse yourself for expenses paid within 60 days of approving a reimbursement resolution. So even though the school probably wouldn't be bid out and constructed for a couple more months if the board decided to go down this path, you might be designing the project right now. You might be incurring costs that you want to be reimbursed for later out of bond money. If you do this reimbursement resolution on June 14th, that starts that process and sets in place the intent date from which 60 days look back would start, and you'd be able to reimburse yourself for any costs incurred within that window of time. If the board decides to finance the school through lease revenue bonds as opposed to general obligation bonds, we could come back in November and bring a resolution which would authorize the issuance and sale of those types of bonds. You'd hold a public hearing in December, bid the project out in December or January, and start construction in January through August of 2024. This is a potential timeline, a proposed timeline. There's nothing fixed about it. Obviously, lots of discussion would still be had. But that's the anticipated timeline through the beginning of the year. Bond sale would take place in January, which is a great time to be in the market, typically, historically, with closing later in February and the school opening in 2024 based on this timeline. But it all starts with this reimbursement resolution. The intent of the resolution, again, is just to say we want to give ourselves the option to reimburse ourselves for any money we start spending today. And although, as you read the resolution, it says the building authority desires to issue not more than $50 million of lease revenue bonds, it doesn't obligate the authority nor the school board of education to actually do that. But it says we want to have an option. And that's my quick summary of lease revenue bonds and a quick discussion of the reimbursement resolution. I'm happy to try to answer questions you have on it or just let you discuss it.
I think that covers it for me. What about the rest of you? It's a good review. And Nikki, I hope that was helpful to you.
Whirlwind review.
So say again, what do we need to decide tonight?
Really nothing tonight, but on the 14th of June at your board meeting, if this would be on the agenda, and if you choose to approve it, then we'll have the official intent documented by the resolution.
Then the final ones or the actual authorizations in November.
Yeah, that's what's at least contemplated here is a potential timeline. We could come back in November and have that prepared by the bond attorneys, Ryan Bierke and his firm, and then come back to have the board consider it. Between June 14th and November, I would suspect there'd be a robust dialogue here as a board to determine, is this what you really want to do? And then Mr. Larson gets in contact with us and says that's either thumbs up or thumbs down, and we move accordingly.
So Jonathan, signing that reimbursement resolution in June doesn't necessarily mean that we have to go forward with it, correct?
Exactly correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate you being
Thank you.
here.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Okay, if there's nothing else on this issue, I'll take a motion to go out of our local building authority. Is that the proper terminology? Okay.
I move that we adjourn this meeting of the local building authority of Jordan School District.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. Atwood. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, our meeting of our local building authority is adjourned. We will now start our study session. Jordan School District Board of Education. And it's still May 24th, 2022. The first item on our study session agenda is a discussion on the potential exception to Administrative Policy AA 419, student conduct, dress, and appearance. I will just give you a quick history of how we got to this point, and then Dr. Godfrey has some information to add. Just for those listening to know, this board reviewed our policy AA 419, student conduct and dress. Over the past couple of years, there was an extensive review that we did in which we had several groups give input. We sent it to all of our patrons. We had town halls, a couple of opportunities for public comment, and we did finalize that policy, or some changes to the policy in October. The policy's been in place for a long time, but we did make changes to it in October. We did not make changes to the graduation piece of that. So contrary to, I think, what's been reported in some of the media, our graduation policy has been in place for a long time. So we reviewed it. We did not make changes to the graduation part of that in December.
Wait, I thought the virtual graduation ceremony was added.
Oh, thank you. Correct, we did make changes to the virtual graduation.
But not the attire.
Not the attire. Thank you. This past legislative session then, that finished up in March, there was a bill that passed, HB 30. And the bill was very specific to members of a tribe that they may wear tribal regalia during graduation. That bill passed, I believe, unanimously in the legislature, and has prompted several discussions across the state and several districts to update their policy. We still do need to update our policy in order to meet HB 30. And then just as I've read over our policy, I think there's some other language that could be clarified and a little to make that a little clearer. So that is that's a process we need to do going forward, is another policy review and updating the policy. Dr. Godfrey, would you like to share some other information that?
Just that I met with some groups last week who had questions and concerns about the fact that cultural wear is not allowed. I made the clarification that we had revisited the policy this last fall, and that there was some confusion that we were moving toward a policy that would restrict anything that was not issued by the school, and I clarified that that was just a continuation of the policy that's currently in place. But I've heard a lot of feedback on both ends of the spectrum, those who support opening that up and making other things available to wear that are not approved by the school specifically, or provided by the school rather, and those who would prefer to see things continue as they are. So I've appreciated the chance to engage with anyone who's reached out, and they understand that there is a policy in place currently.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
So when was this put into policy? Because it seems like there was a time that we did allow this in our district. And was there a reason why this was formed and put into our policy?
I don't remember a time when anything was allowed that was not issued by the school.
People have sent me pictures in the late 90s.
I was an assistant principal in the high school in the late 90s.
You don't remember?
I don't remember that being.
What was the reason it was put in, if we knew, but if no one knows? Then.
Pictures are hard because they've always been allowed after the ceremony, right?
Yeah, it was sitting inside.
An explanation that I've heard is that it's a question of consistency over time, that there's a consistent, that it's unifying, and it's a consistent thing that everyone there is graduating together and has that consistent look.
Ask some questions of Brad.
Sure.
Oh. So I've heard in the past, and I believe that I had actually seen documentation of that, but I'm feeling a little crazy as to whether or not I have, because it's been a while. What are the roles of the venues that we are using as far as these items go?
The roles of the venue?
The rules.
The
contract of the
The
venue.
role of providing. Yeah, so we had our schools reach out to both Maverick and UVU, and there are no rules. There's potentially additional cleanup costs that could be added to the contract that they are under, but there's nothing that would prevent things from being worn. It just potentially could depend on how messy it gets and what additional cleanup would need to take place that they would then bill our schools.
What amount could that go up to? Has that been expressed?
It has been shared up to $5,000 is what's been expressed. Now, that doesn't mean they'll go that high. It just depends on what's there.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a little bit of feedback that we've not been consistent in, applying the policy and enforcing. And to my knowledge, we've always done that.
There was a miscommunication at one of our schools last year,
Okay,
but that's been corrected for this year.
okay, thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you.
So I'll tell you what my proposal is. I think HB 30 sent a clear message from the legislature about allowing cultural wear, although it was very specific to a tribe.
That was approved
Regalia.
after our policy was just revised.
I've heard that there are plans to expand that this next year. I've also received a lot of feedback, honestly, on both sides on the issue. But it would be my proposal that we allow culturally significant regalia this year, just to make a one-time exception to suspend our policy this year to allow culturally significant regalia that does not modify the mortarboard cap. And then we do a deeper dive on our policy throughout this next year.
why stop at the mortarboard cap? I mean, what makes the mortarboard cap so important? I mean, what? That's an interesting line to be drawn. Why draw that line?
Yeah, and that's up for discussion also. I
can tell why. I can answer it if you want me to. So I thought the principle behind our dress code was a non-distraction. So we're saying if it doesn't distract the educational process, then we were okay with it, right? Well, I think decorating the mortarboard does distract from the graduation event. It becomes a billboard advertisement, if you would. Hard to police what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, and it wouldn't look like a graduation anymore. So I think the principle behind that, I didn't even know, but I taught at a school for 4 years, and they allowed leis at graduation. I didn't even realize that until I reached out to them, and they showed me, because they weren't extravagant. But when they're extravagant and the attention comes on the individual, then I think that's where our dress code was trying to modify. So that's just what I thought.
and that,
With modifying, you have to glue those items onto that.
It's not an addition.
It's not something that you would be able to remove if there was anything that was inappropriate on that.
and I'm still open to discussing the idea throughout the year as we do a deep dive, but I just thought for simplicity this year, I mean, the issues, the biggest issues are leis and military sashes, worn here. So I thought that would be an easier line to draw just for this year, for simplicity, and then we can do our deeper dive. And again, I agree with Mr. Robinson, just the distraction factor.
I think if we decide to do that, we need to have a little bit tighter parameters, so that we don't have leis clear up over their heads or inappropriate type leis that we've seen in the past. I know I have. How we police that, I'm not really sure, but I think we ought to have at least some parameters outlined if indeed we choose to do this.
Which will put a burden on our teachers.
It's true.
They will be the bad guys. They have been yelled at by parents, and they will continue to be the bad guys because they're the ones that are going to have to distinguish between that's okay and that's not. The difference between 99 and 98 is significant, and they're going to have to say, nope, that's a 99, that's a 98. You're out, you're in. And that puts a tremendous burden on the person who's policing this. The board is not going to police this, let's be honest. The board will not police this. It will put this burden on some of our personnel to decide, you're a 99, you're okay, you're a 98, you're not. And they'll be yelled at.
So a proposal that has been rolling around in my mind is something like an approved list, and if you would like an exception to this list, that it can be sought through administration before the day of the event. So, and I agree that when it becomes a safety issue, when a student can't look down and see the step they're coming up because the leis are too high, then that's another parameter that I would include.
The only concern I have of an approved list is we're keeping this approved list either on a computer or in a file and going through this list as the students are coming in to approve what they're.
But the state law is that they have to pre-approve it, right? For the tribal wear.
That is in the tribal wear law.
I don't believe the tribal wear itself has to be pre-approved. It just has to fit within certain rules, and the students who qualify have to be pre-approved as having been registered with a particular tribe.
I don't think that there's any reason why we shouldn't send out a letter saying we allow this. This is still a very dignified ceremony. We wish it to still be a dignified ceremony. If what you feel like you would be wearing or doing is not in that sentiment, then it shouldn't be accepted. It shouldn't be worn. I think if we are going to release this, then for this year, we need to allow them the opportunity to show us what they're looking for, what they want, because they just want to show their cultural background.
Well, and I understand that some of the concerns are, will this go too far? Will people push the envelope? And so that's the reason why I'm saying if we kind of if we take that burden on ourselves so that administration doesn't have to do as much of the heavy lift, and I understand that enforcement will fall to them and that we are asking a lot. But if at least we can say, these items are pre-approved. If you would like something outside of that, that can be brought up. But at least we're setting a parameter of what is appropriate. Because I think saying, if it's not dignified, don't wear it is very objective. I think a lot of people are going to say, well, to me, this is dignified. I'm going to show up in flip-flops and, I don't know, beach attire. And do you know what I mean? I just think that we need to help define it if this is a step we're going to take.
And you think we have the ability to go through that process between now and graduation?
I think we can get a very good start just tonight.
I mean, we could say culturally significant regalia, including.
It's interesting though, in some of the islands, they forbid wearing lace
most
at
of the
graduation.
islands.
And so is it really a significant or not?
Depends on who you talk to. I've said that to some Pacific Islanders, and they said, well, I wore it at mine. So it's different for everybody.
So I would not be looking to change policy tonight, but maybe make a 1-year exception.
The other thing with lays, I did have a teacher email that a student was wearing a beer can lay 1 year, so you
When
can't
I'm
even just say
wondering-
lays, you have to say lays of floral or shells.
The groups that I met
like
with emphasized that there may be leaves or shells or flowers, but no one was in favor of the ramen lays or the chip lays or the money lays or any of those.
Plants or
lays.
shells.
But to me, I don't see this as a door we can just crack. I think this is you either open it and it's whatever the individuals deem as their cultural significance, or we keep it closed. I don't think there's the ability, because anywhere along that, we're saying we get to determine what is and what is not culturally acceptable. And I don't think that's the decision that we're trying to make when we keep it closed. What we're saying when we close the option completely is this is an experience that honors the academic culture that you are graduating from, that you have, by your arriving at this point in the graduation, you have become part of this academic culture that, and will always be part of that academic culture. And this is, we are honoring that academic, that scholarly experience. I am all for making strong encouragements into the future that our principals and our school communities look for ways to broaden the academic and the scholarship experience to embrace and allow people to wear ribbons that signify cultures that they have brought into the academic experience. I think there is very much a space for that. But I think by suspending this policy tonight, we open the door to a much greater problem at our graduation ceremonies. We're putting that on the principals, on those that are already scrambling with less than, what are we, 2 weeks away, 10 days away, 10 days away. And I just think this would have been a great discussion to have when we were forming the policy. I'm all for reopening that process, but I think suspending it right now is not a wise move in allowing for these. We lose all control at that point, and of all the consequences that may come, both positive and negative.
I think we could be held accountable for what's not on the list.
Even if you leave it open-ended, that there's still an avenue for approval.
I think we could be held seriously accountable if we didn't include certain things on the list.
And at this point, this hasn't even been brought up, and maybe it's insignificant to some of you, but I've seen it. And let's say we lined up all of our Polynesian students, and this one has 10 or 20 lays, this one has 0. Just the inequity among that group could be somewhat devastating, unless somehow they were going to furnish everyone with one. It does happen, believe me.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying, don't we have that already? You have a cord and you don't. There's already inequity.
That has gone behind.
Yeah, that's not the same thing at all. It's not the same thing at all.
You've worked, you've done your work to obtain that cord.
I hear what you're saying. I
Yeah.
appreciate there are distinctions
Yes.
throughout. The argument is that everybody, as they entered into their freshman or sophomore year, in theory, were provided the same opportunities to achieve those cords. We understand that most of kids don't even know they exist until halfway through their senior year, and then it's like, what did I need to do to get that? So, I mean, the theory is one, but the inequitable feeling of it is very real.
It is very
It's
real.
very real and significant, yeah.
What's their general feelings about leaving it more open or making a specific list?
I'm uncomfortable with making a specific list, but I do. The only reason why I'm uncomfortable with making a specific list is if we leave anything out.
About limiting numbers, like saying one culturally significant item.
Because I see how that causes issues with one family member that means so much to me has given this to me, and then I can't take the other.
They can take it after. They just can't take it during the graduation. At least they could get one.
And as I was reading up on symbolism of lays, it does say that it's appropriate for a lay to be given after graduation. That's part
read
of the
that too.
culture.
It's hard.
I'm perplexed because my heart wants to allow it, but there's a reason we take so long with policies, and this was never brought up during that review, and that review is very extensive. It went to every school, and we set up a precedence on this policy. What about that next policy and the following policy? So I'm just torn on what to do.
Do we betray a public confidence if we went all the effort to hear what the public had to say, and then this board decides to go a different direction?
It's tough.
Though I do feel like there's an argument to be made that when I hear dress code and the things that we were talking about, it wasn't lays at graduation. And in September, I don't think that people were linking this to graduation. And so I do understand when constituents come to me and say, wait, we didn't realize when that was coming out. Not everyone follows these meetings as closely as the people in this room.
But it's the same thing as school fees, right? Because like school fees, when we have the hearings, no one comes. But when they have to pay them, then everyone's mad. And so there's a process for a reason. I don't know.
We did get some feedback at the time about lays at graduation.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. It's not that we haven't discussed it. We did, not to the extent we did the dress code, but we did talk about it. I recall.
And if
I
you read the
remember
public
bringing it up.
comments that came in, there were several references to it. So I think the public, several people in the public were aware that we were addressing a graduation dress code as well.
I know that I get a couple, at least 3-4 emails, if not more. That's a lower end, but at least that amount of emails every year after graduation of why don't you allow this?
The big thing that changed for me was HB 30. It opened the door.
That's me too.
But if HB 30 was intended to completely open this, why didn't they address all of them?
Why didn't they go beyond? Yeah.
I'm all for the state legislature providing more clarity, and I mean, if they want to in this next session move forward with that, great. But until they choose to do that, we can only go with what they've put in place, and that was with one very specific group of individuals. And like I said, I'm all for opening this back up and having great discussions and finding a way. I think to do it right now, to suspend it right now, it just does a great disservice to so many, and there's a lot of unintended consequences.
And when we're talking about people coming and speaking, I was startled this week as I tried to engage with my community, and I received a text from someone saying, I really feel like the board isn't going to listen to the kids or any Asian Pacific Islanders on this matter. Sadly, a white guy might be the best bet. And that was why she was telling me that she didn't feel comfortable speaking to this subject. I want to empower this community to feel like, yeah, someone's listening when we talk. And I think if we walk in with a decision made not to listen, we are doing the opposite.
And that, I think the one thing I do know about what we need to have more of this type of discussion out there.
Yes.
And not have come to a decision right now. That would be disastrous.
Absolutely.
I would like to walk out with at least an idea in mind of a way to say yes. We have to say no so often. This is a time that we can say yes.
I have been torn on this. I keep, if one subject has been where I keep going, I'm on the fence, I'm on the fence.
I'm not sure I would be torn as much if it had gone through the regular processes and we had weeks to talk and all of that. I think it would be a much easier decision. The torn part I'm here is the immediacy that people want to answer. And those, sometimes when you make those, they're just not, I don't think policy should ever be made in the heat of the moment. That's where I'm struggling.
Or exceptions to policy.
Or exceptions, because the exception is going to probably be a change in policy. But,
Okay, let's end our study session, and we will go out to our business meeting, at which time we can have more of a discussion out there. We generally start with a motion and then discuss and allow public comment. Is anyone prepared to make a motion, or would you like to make mine as
You can just take comment before you make a motion. You don't have to. I know that's custom, but you don't have to make a motion and then hear public comment. You can, I mean, if you want to have a formal motion, you can make a motion to hear comment. But I'm just saying you don't have to have a specific outcome.
So, Tracy, are you going to ask that those that have come to speak to that wait until that agenda item and not come during the public comment period? So then, are you going to invite them to comment first and then we'll have a discussion, or are we gonna have our discussion first and then hear the public comment?
You recommend? What do you think
From them first.
for our discussion?
I just think, well, we understand what it means that there's a motion and then discussion. It doesn't come across that way if you're not familiar with the process.
True.
So anything that helps us to sound more open, I am totally in favor of.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Discussion first, or public comment first, then discussion, then a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We will end our closed session right now and start our general meeting at 6:30.
Okay.
Said closed session, they meant study session.
Did I? It's too many sessions tonight. Sorry, we will end our study session and start our general session at 6:30. All right, we are going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all for being here tonight. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is May 24th, 2022, and we are at the JATC South Building. We have here, starting at this end, our board attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, and then board members Daryl Robinson, Jen Atwood, Nikki George, Bryce Dunford, Tracy Miller, Marilyn Richards, and Matt Young. We're also joined by Superintendent Dr. Godfrey, our Associate Superintendent, Mr. Anderson, and our Business Administrator, Mr. Larson. And we are also joined today by various members of our staff, both in person and online, and a lot of members from our community. Welcome, and thank you for being here today. Before we get started, I just want to say that we are all very mindful tonight of the situation with an elementary school in Texas and the horrific events that are happening there. Our thoughts and prayers are definitely with that community this night. We are going to get started with a Pledge of Allegiance, and we'd like to welcome Joel P. Jensen Middle School, who is with us tonight. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be conducted in our flag ceremony by Porter Melton, Lily McShinsky, and Rayleigh Pace, who are student body officers. Followed by that will be our reverence by Principal Brian Leggett from Joel P. Middle School, and then Celebrating Schools by Porter Melton, who is the SBO president. Can you push the button on there?
Color guard attention. Forward march. Would the audience please arise? Color guard, please post the colors. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard dismissed. The audience may be seated.
President Miller, members of the board, Superintendent Godfrey. As I prepared for my reverence tonight, of course I looked for poems and cool stories, but because of what happened today in Robb Elementary, I would like to just pay reverence, show reverence for just 30 seconds for those that are no longer with us, if that would be all right, for 30 seconds. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hug our children a little more tonight, thank our teachers, and love our students. Thank you.
Good evening, President Miller, members of the board, and Superintendent Godfrey. I am Porter Melton, the Esp Award President from Joel B. Jensen Middle School. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about my middle school for a few minutes this evening. Joel B. Jensen is one of the older middle schools in our district. It opened way back in 1984. Many current administrators and teachers in the Jordan District have called Joel B. Jensen Middle School their home at some time in their lives. Several parents of our students attended JPJ as teenagers themselves are proud to be Panthers. At Joel B. Jensen Middle School, we currently have about 815 students. Next year, we are projected to be a little bit higher than that. But as you are aware, it is the smallest middle school in our district. This can be looked on as a negative, but others see it as a positive. Because of our small population, we can get to know each other better. We feel more of a connection to our school when the halls aren't jam-packed with students. There are several obstacles that are created when a school is small. However, some of our fine arts and elective programs are limited in how large they grow. We have some great teachers who have left Joel B. Jensen because their programs have simply gotten as large as they could get, and these teachers wanted to be part of larger programs. In addition, we can't offer some of the opportunities that larger schools can offer. So please understand this as members of the board as you make decisions that impact Joel B. Jensen Middle School in the future. We appreciate anything you can do and anything you have done to help our school. Before I end tonight, I want to share some of the things that make Joel B. Jensen a great place to attend as a student. We offer one of only 3 district middle school ALPS programs. We offer one of the only, Our school feeds into the district's IB High School, West Jordan High. We have the fewest tardies per capita in any of our secondary schools. Our students know how to get to class on time. We have one of the most culturally diverse populations in the district. We have one of the largest English language learner populations in the district. We have an important flex time 4 days a week to help all students succeed. We offer a variety of leadership opportunities other than student body officer in which our students can shine. Earlier, when I stated that many people call Joel B. Jensen their home, I've got to include me. I am and will always be a part of this great school. This year's theme has been, I belong here. That's how I feel about Joel B. Jensen Middle School. We all belong here. Thank you for this time this evening. And along with that, we have some pins for you guys that show our school's theme.
Thank you. Can we get all of those who are here with Joel P. Jensen to stand or at least raise their hand? And we've got pins for you also. So any of the students, come on up. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Can we give Joel P. Jensen Middle School a round of applause? Thank you for being here, and thank you to our student body officers for all you do to serve our school, and to all of our fabulous staff at Joel P. Jensen. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is resolutions of appreciation. Ms. Richards.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Anna Lee Segura Higgs, school nurse. Babette Reading Rose, teacher.
Thank you. All right, we have a couple of recognitions tonight, and we are going to start out with the Jordan Education Foundation, who is here to present the Education Support Professional Awards. And we'd like to welcome Ms. Dawn Ramsey, who is the president of the Jordan Education Foundation, and Mr. Michael Haynes, who is the director. Thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you, President Miller. Thank you, Board of Education, Superintendent Godfrey. It is a pleasure to be here. Can we get all of our ESP award recipients to line up over here on this back wall? This is an exciting time. We love recognizing our employees, our educators. We have so many. We are very fortunate to have such great people. As you'll hear today, these 11 recipients have a very unique story, and we're excited to have them all here tonight in front of you. Thank you for all that you do for the foundation, supporting us, our amazing staff, our great board of directors, our volunteer board of directors, which are here with us tonight to help with our awards. But with that, our current board president and South Jordan City Mayor, Dawn Ramsey, will take it from here and tell you more about these recipients.
Thank you. We truly appreciate the opportunity to be here to celebrate these outstanding employees of Jordan School District. We know we have outstanding educators, and we take pride in being able to recognize and highlight the great work that's been done. But we all know that our schools would not be the amazing places they are without these folks, without our education support professionals and all they do to keep the schools going strong. We're so proud to have the chance to be here to honor 11 of our outstanding education support professionals in Jordan School District this year. And on behalf of the Jordan Education Foundation, I'd like to tell them thank you. And that thank you also is on behalf of the students and the faculty and the administration. And I'm seeing some nods. The Board of Education, from all of us from the parents, from the residents, grandparents, everyone who appreciates the work that you do in our schools, and that's a really big group. So it's a privilege for me to get to speak on behalf of all of you, to recognize these professionals, and to also present them with an award and with a check from the Jordan Education Foundation for $1,000 to thank them for their outstanding service to Jordan School District. Will you please join me in thanking him? Okay. Our first award recipient is Carmen Garcia. Carmen Garcia, Administrative Assistant over Student Services with Jordan School District. Carmen coordinates the craziness of a director, 6 consultants, 4 other administrative assistants, 4 specialists, an analyst, 2 assistants, 3 counselors, and 3 psychologists. As Student Services continues to grow, so does Carmen's skill set and abilities as she takes the innovation to learn new skills and processes. She helped make a random group of orphaned district teams into a family that functions to better serve the needs of the district. Said one administrator in the department, Carmen knows every single person and makes them each feel like an important, integral part of the team. She knows about their families and personal hobbies and links the conversations to make people feel included. Carmen is fluent in Spanish and assists with translations after safe school hearings. She is often called away by department members or even other departments at the district office to assist parents. She brings a positive energy to the department and the district office, and in the words of one team member, you haven't lived until you've tried her homemade guacamole. Carmen Garcia, congratulations. Next, congratulations to Christine Burge, Administrative Assistant at Mountain Creek Middle School. When Mountain Creek opened in 2019, Christine was one of the first to join the faculty, tackling the daunting task of setting up a brand new school. She was an integral part of furnishing, decorating, and ordering supplies from desks and tables to school supplies, Chromebooks, and so much more. Christine is remarkably organized and has an uncanny memory for just about everything that deals with a school. She is an amazing resource, a human Wikipedia. Christine sees things that need to be done and does them without fanfare or complaint. She has organized professional development for her peers and during colder months runs Hot Chocolate Wednesday, where she sets up a hot chocolate bar for the teachers. Christine is the first face of the school and a capable and quiet, service-minded administrative assistant who is always looking for ways to improve the school experience for the students, parents, and teachers whom she serves. She demonstrates love, kindness, and patience to students, parents, and staff, making Mountain Creek a better place to work and attend school. Congratulations to Christine Burge. Come on up, Gabrielle Clayton from River's Edge. River's Edge serves students with the most intense social, emotional, and behavioral issues in the district, and it takes a skilled individual to succeed in this environment. Gabby stands out among staff members because she thrives in any classroom with any group of students. Gabby also serves as a bus assistant, requiring her to start her day earlier and end later than her colleagues, which means she is often the first and last face that her students see. She takes this opportunity with students to set a positive and respectful tone from beginning to end. Gabby recently decided she would like to become a licensed teacher herself. Her goal is to be accepted to USU's OPTT program and become a licensed special educator. A colleague says, Gabby is an incredible asset to the River's Edge team. She goes above and beyond in making sure to help each and every student find success. She brings laughter and joy to each classroom that she enters into. Gabby goes out of her way to make sure that she builds positive relationships with each student and staff member that she comes in contact with. We would be lost without her at our school. Congratulations to Gabby Clayton. All right, please come forward and let us sing your praises. Jerry, I apologize, is it Soom? Soom? Okay, Jerry Soom, Administrative Assistant at Copper Canyon Elementary. Jerry's strong work ethic is an inspiring example. She's an exceptional customer service representative, making sure everyone who enters the office is promptly, efficiently, and kindly served. She maintains databases, coordinates appointments and meetings, answers phone calls, and dispenses information. She is knowledgeable about district policy and procedures and can answer most questions or knows how to find the answer. She displays exceptional flexibility in both her work and attitude in the face of demanding tasks. Jerry does not seek recognition, but quietly, efficiently goes about her daily work, making a difference in the most important ways. She is knowledgeable and professional in her interactions with students, parents, and colleagues, but also cares about them. She is invested in the success of each child and genuinely loves every student at Copper Canyon, regardless of their background, current circumstances, or struggles. She sees the best in each person and consistently seeks to find ways to lighten the load of every person she encounters throughout her day. Congratulations, Jerry Soon. All right, please join me in congratulating Amanda Hamlin. Amanda is an administrative assistant in special education for Jordan School District. As the head administrative assistant for the special education department, Amanda Hamlin coordinates and conducts business with teachers, administrators, interns, and aides at every school in the district. She has been a constant in the special education department and continues to impress the special ed team with the knowledge she has and how quickly she learns a new task. Amanda makes significant contributions to the department and special education programs at Jordan District. The specialists at the district office rely on Amanda to reply quickly to critical concerns, help ensure effective management of funds, staff, and materials, manipulate resources and schedules to meet students' and staff's needs, answer questions, and direct families in a professional and courteous way. If you ask anyone in the special education department how Amanda provides a significant contribution, they would answer with, "I could not do my job without her." Congratulations and thank you, Amanda Hamlin. Next, we are pleased to recognize Marilyn Smith, Administrative Assistant in the Office of Administrators of Schools. Marilyn can brighten any room with her laugh and fun personality. As an assistant to the high school AOS, Marilyn has the responsibility of working with schools, planning student overnight travel trip experiences. She is constantly problem solving to ensure proper paperwork and processes are being followed. She has helped create and simplify the paperwork process, making it easier for schools to know and follow what is expected. She organizes and manages annual audits for these trips and makes sure they are completed. She goes out of her way to train and bring new personnel up to speed. Marilyn has also become the expert for camps and clinics in the schools. There are tight guidelines that must be followed, and she is constantly working with schools to ensure the proper processes are followed. Marilyn is amazing with computers and programs. She takes it upon herself to ensure the entire department has the required equipment, connection, and instructions to do their best job. Marilyn is knowledgeable, helpful, always treating others with respect and professionalism, and her cheerful laugh is a joy to hear. Congratulations, Marilyn Smith. Please help me give it up for the one and only Kerry, Minnesota, Administrative Assistant in the Office of Administrators of Schools. Kerry has been critical in helping the district adjust to new laws regarding school fees. She coordinates with the high schools to identify true costs of programs and has helped create and maintain the district's fee website. Kerry is also the main contact for the driver's education program and has been the driving force in getting state grants to help with projects such as updating the car fleet or building awnings to better protect and secure driver education vehicles. She also ensures that each instructor has completed required training. Additionally, Kerry oversees state requirements for coaches involved with extracurricular sports and activities. Kerry is always professional and friendly. She has a calm demeanor and never gets her feathers ruffled. She is kind and helpful. A colleague says, "I'm new to my job, and anytime I have a question, Kerry always has the answer, and she has never made me feel silly for asking any question." Kerry has incredible patience, knowledge, compassion, and understanding, and is an asset to her department and to the entire Jordan School District. Congratulations, Kerry, Minnesota. We are excited to recognize Kimberly Mortensen, Administrative Assistant at Oak Crest Elementary. Kim is more than an assistant. She's a nurse, accountant, technology specialist, acquisition guru, psychologist, executive office manager, and PR specialist, all wrapped up in one. Word on the street is that she can leap buildings in a single bound. Her previous life as an employment recruiter lacked the requisite stress and satisfaction to fulfill her, so running an elementary school was the natural choice. She quickly mastered Skyward and other district systems and policies while simultaneously contributing and implementing helpful ideas from her professional experience. Her audits are squeaky clean, and she has successfully trained and mentored several fantastic new office assistants during her time at the school. Oak Crest would not run as smoothly if it weren't for Kim keeping everything moving. Kim is always willing to help out and assist both teachers and students. She cares for the students and about the things that matter to them. She takes care of owies, speaks a kind word, and makes them feel safe and welcome at their school. A staff member said of Kim, "I can always count on Kim. If I have questions, she usually has the answers. When she doesn't, she goes out of her way to find the answer. I feel completely comfortable going to her with any issue." Congratulations, Kim Mortensen. All right, come on down. Corby Bray, Education Support Professional and SMAC teacher at Kerry Sue Hamilton School. Corby goes the extra mile, above and beyond her normal responsibilities to make things happen. Whenever something is needed, Corby is one of the first to volunteer or step in to help cover a class, do bus duty, or really anything that's asked of her. If something needs to be done, she either does it or figures out a way to do it without being asked. If you were to look up positive culture, perseverance, accountability, adaptable, considerate, passionate, or loyalty to a team, you would find Corby in the definition. She is open and empathetic, warm, respectful, and kind to everyone she works with. She refrains from judging anyone and tries to understand situations from both sides. She shows her integrity through both her words and her actions. She has the courage and self-confidence to do the right thing when situations arise, and she is not afraid to speak up. She builds relationships with each student, and they grow to love her. She is a cheerleader for everyone she interacts with. Congratulations, Corby Bray. Please come up and join me in front of this roaring audience who can't wait to congratulate Kim Stafford, Kitchen Manager at Heartland Elementary. Each morning, Kim greets students for breakfast. Sometimes she comes out with stickers or little trinkets for the students. She'll sometimes bring treats to the faculty room, deliver lunches to busy office staff, or bring in donuts or other baked goods for her staff. She decorates the lunchroom each month and sets up different inflatable displays that the kids love. With a growing population of Muslim students, Kim makes sure that Heartland's Kitchen provides a meat and non-meat option every single day. That's awesome. So awesome. This has been appreciated and helps these students feel included and valued. When Heartland had an open position for a lunch clerk, Kim quickly learned the role and assumed all duties until the position was filled. Although somewhat stressful for Heartland's Kitchen, Kim's smile, positive attitude, and optimism helped to alleviate stress. Her team worked together, making sure lunches were ready without skipping a beat. Kim is a new lunch manager, but is so deserving of this award. She is humble, kind, but most importantly, a true advocate for Heartland students. Congratulations, Kim Stafford. Last but not least, we are thrilled to recognize Kim Hawkins, Registrar at Sunset Ridge Middle School. Kim's expertise and knowledge of Skyward and the master schedule are huge assets to the rest of the counseling and administrative team. Not only does Kim thoroughly know Skyward, she also teaches others how to find information quickly and efficiently. Kim keeps track of numerous amounts of information every day and is the go-to person for information. When the school had both in-person and online learning, students would request to move from one type to another, with some students changing schedules multiple times. At one point, there were over 100 students wanting changes at the same time, but Kim never complained. She treated every person with dignity and respect, even when those making the requests were not being their best selves. Kim has many attributes that make her an integral part of the school, but the best one is how she makes everyone feel. Kim is friendly and welcoming and always a pleasure to work with. Said one counselor, "Kim Hawkins is simply amazing. I admire Kim for her intellect, her confidence, her sense of humor, and her talent for making the toughest challenges look so easy." Every year, Kim's ability to schedule all of the classes for teachers and find a place for every student, every class period, is nothing short of a miracle. Congratulations, Kim Hawkins. Once again, thank you on behalf of Jordan Education Foundation for the opportunity to be here and to recognize 11 of the best. You represent the finest that we have here in Jordan District, and really the finest we have here in the state of Utah and across the United States of America. Thank you for keeping our schools here in Jordan strong and our programs functioning and education happening and all the other things that go with it to make sure our students and teachers are taken care of. Congratulations. There are a lot more people that would love to shake your hand, so we're going to have you walk across the dais.
This will be weird, huh? I thought we always had to go the same way. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Thank you for everything. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thanks. Congratulations, well deserved. Yeah.
I'm usually first.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Well deserved.
You don't need to.
Okay, I think we're going to try to get a picture with everybody.
Yes. There's their road back.
Good enough.
Yes. I'll just duck.
I'll be behind Mike. I'll be. They can see me.
All right, ready? Right here. 1, 2, 3. Right here. Thank you.
I would also like to thank our Jordan Education Foundation Board that was all here tonight, those that were standing here congratulating. For those of you that aren't aware, the Foundation Board are all volunteers from our community who care deeply about our schools and our teachers and our students and fundraise and raise money and have programs to help our schools. So we're very grateful for the Foundation Board. Thank you for being here, and congratulations to all of our support professionals. We could not survive without you. We are so grateful for you. Thank you for being here, and all those involved are welcome to leave, but you're also welcome to stay if you would like. Next, we have a superintendent recognition. Just a second. No, we have a student recognition. Mr. Robinson.
All right. This is a busy time of the year, and there's certainly a lot of people that we could recognize. I know for me, I've been double booked, and you all are also, but I wanted to recognize today the rugby team for Harriman High School. Not just for what they've done this year, but what they've done over the time of their starting. I went to my first rugby game in 1980. My girlfriend from Highland High invited me to a game. I eventually married her, so we've been real huge rugby fans, but I am so happy that one of the best rugby programs, not only in the state, but in the nation, is in my backyard. So can you stand up if you're with Harriman Rugby? Awesome. You can stay standing. Let me just give a couple highlights. They were founded in 2011, so 11 years that they've been around, and then last year they won the national championship. So congratulations, a lot of these guys played on that team. They have had 2 national championship runners-up and 2 third places, 13 state championships. Now they have 2 seasons, so that's out of 22 seasons. 11 consecutive top 5 national finishes, 11 consecutive conference championships. They're ranked 3rd in the USA high school program for the last decade. Several weeks they have a #1 ranking in the nation. 39 high school All-American selections with 26 different players. Over 40 Division I rugby players came out of Harriman. They produced 2 Olympic development players, 2 current professional rugby players, and 4 NFL players out of their program. Their record is 226 wins, 14 losses, and of those, 11 of the 14 losses were less than 5 points, which is really close in rugby, right? And 12 consecutive years, they've had a GPA as a team over 3.0, which is pretty impressive. This year, and the other thing that I really love about this program is it's not just what they play on the field. They're a big contributor in the community of doing service projects, as their coaches and their organization really want them out in the community. I've seen them do lots of different neighborhood cleanups and such. This year they had a 12-2 record. They're the conference championship, undefeated in conference play. 3rd place in, they all look like they have jet lag, but they're coming back from nationals, 2 days ago? 1 day ago, and from Indiana, and they took 3rd place there, losing to Gonzaga. Tracy likes Gonzaga. And 10 straight years they're ranked as a top #1 ranked public school in the nation, because most rugby programs are private schools. So to be a public school, and they're a club program in our schools. So I think that's pretty impressive. The only public school that's been in the top 5. And then last of all, just 3 All-American players and 3 more this year who have been invited to All-American camps. And it's the only program to finish in the top 3 in the nation every year for the past 5 years. So that's a huge accomplishment with this program. I just also just want to shout out to Harriman administration and teachers who really have embraced this club program. Now, all of our clubs are hugely embraced, but they try to make them feel a part of the school, and they play on our fields, and they put their trophies, I think, in our trophy cases, right? And we probably have extra trophy cases for you. So anyways, I want to thank you for coming out tonight, and if we can give them a pin, that would be cool. Thanks. Come on up. If the players and the coaches can come on up.
Congratulations.
Good job, guys. Good job, friend. Good job. Good job. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. Congratulations.
Thanks for being here.
Congratulations, you guys.
Congratulations. Cool timing.
Hey, congratulations. Wow. Whichever color, there's some blue ones in there.
Yeah, there's some blue and there's some black.
You guys like black, probably. Black's your color. Congratulations. 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 Congratulations, guys.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
coaches.
Appreciate you.
Thanks. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for all you guys do. You guys are awesome. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming out, guys. Go home and get some rest. Good job. Did you grab a pen? You can grab a pen. Thank you, Harriman Rugby, and thanks to the board for letting us take that time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And you're welcome to stay at our meeting, but we also know you're dying to get home to do your homework, so.
Get some sleep.
Well, there's that if you need to leave. Do we have any other student recognitions? Or school recognitions? Ms. Atwood.
I have just a couple of recognitions. It's such a wonderful time of the year, and so many students are doing wonderful things, so, and schools as well. So I was able to attend Oker Elementary Family Night Art. Not only were all of the halls just filled with art, but it was so fun to see how they got the whole family involved in being able to see all the art that was throughout the school. They did a scavenger hunt, and all the kids got a special award at the end of the scavenger hunt, but it was really fun just to walk through the halls and hear just the communication between families and children showing parents what they had done and being interested on what they can do maybe next year. So that was really fun. I was also able to attend Majestic Elementary Arts Academy. They did a spring concert soiree. And just to say that those kids are so impressive is an understatement. Most of them had never read music or even picked up an instrument before this school year, and we attended a concert in December, and just to see the improvements just in these last few months was just, it was really amazing. I also attended one of my favorite events that I get to attend every year, and it was at Majestics Family Learning Center graduation. This is for adults that come in, and they do classes within the school, and several, I guess I could say probably between 15 and 20 parents, grandparents graduated with Microsoft Office skills, and then Microsoft Office and Excel. There was one there, and then there's parents and grandparents that take English classes. So there were a lot of parents in that as well. There are several parents that are still working on getting their GED, but they expect to have their GED by September. And just to see the kids and the grandkids watch their parents make these accomplishments it's surreal. It's just an amazing thing to watch these kids, and not only is this parent or grandparent improving their lives, but they're improving their grandkids' lives and their kids' lives by allowing the opportunity for their kids and their grandkids to see them receive these recognitions and awards. It changes lives for generations. So it's just always a beautiful night to be part of. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George.
Like others have expressed, this month is so many opportunities that you're always having to choose where you can go, and I want you to know how grateful we are for the invitations, even if we can't make it. But I was also able to attend some really spectacular events the last couple of weeks. The first being our unified sports track and field over at Harriman High School. That was amazing. It was humanity at its finest, watching students of all abilities join together, and I loved a lot of the people who were working at the event were wearing shirts that said "We all belong," and I thought, golly, wouldn't it be great if our whole world got shirts printed that said "We all belong." It was a great, great day. I the same day got to go to the Copper Hill Senior Awards Night, and I know that there would be similar experiences at any high school that you attended, but what an amazing experience to watch students who have dedicated themselves to the pursuit of excellence and the way that their fellow students support them and honored them. It was pretty awesome. And then just today, I'm going to give a little shout out to the Fox Hollow 6th grade dual language immersion program put on a play that they wrote. It was a full musical. And I listened to 6th graders rapping in French faster than I could speak in English. It was phenomenal. The costumes were over the top, and I have to give an individual shout out to Madame Faasu, who just goes above and beyond and uses every single minute of the end of this school year to enrich students. So that was a thrill, and it's been a fun month.
Thank you.
Do you want to go ahead and then I will, or what?
Go ahead.
I just have a couple things that I'd like to report on. I also went to several art shows, and especially impressed with Westvale and their art event. They are able to have a phenomenal art teacher because of the Beverly Taylor Sorensen grant. And so all of this great artwork throughout the halls, and they had a really good turnout with parents and siblings, grandparents. I even ran into one of my former students who is now a grandmother of one, never mind, I don't want to go there. Anyway, it was just a really great show and really well attended, and I was so impressed with those kids. The second thing is we received as a board, and I'm going to share that with the rest of the board members, 44 different letters of thank you from the ASL students at Bingham High School. They were recently on a Washington, D.C. trip, and they set a goal. Their teacher, Tiff Dodge, suggested that they have some kind of a goal while in Washington, D.C., and that goal was to find gratitude in every day and everything that they saw while they were there. And when they got back, they wrote letters to the board of gratitude, and I will share all of those with you. And they're very, very heartfelt, and I appreciate Tiff Dodge, the teacher. She also wrote a really nice letter of gratitude, thanking us for allowing them to have this special experience. So, thank you.
Thank you. Just concur with what everyone said. A lot of great events going on at the end of this school year. I missed Unified Track, but I was able to go to Unified Golf, and that was a fun event. And glad to see so many of our schools participating in that event. And then also I just want to give a shout out to Valley High School. That staff there really works so hard to help those students graduate and find meaningful opportunities, whether it be college or careers. They had a career day that I attended, and great employers right there hiring our students. I just want to thank everyone who put that event together to give that opportunity to our students. Anyone else? Okay, Superintendent.
We have Dr. Fulvia Franco here, so I'm going to ask her to come up. She is here. Yes. Let's hear it. Yes. Wait till you hear about her and from her. I know that she only wishes there were a bigger room where we could fit more people to watch her presentation and perhaps a spotlight. No, she does not. She doesn't seek the spotlight. What she does is she quietly saves lives and helps 70 other school psychologists save lives. It's impossible to measure what our school psychologists do day in and day out. That's not an overstatement. We cannot measure the impact they have. They help every school and every person at every school have a better life And sometimes they simply save lives of individuals, and that happens more frequently than you might think. There are times when I worked in a school in particular that I knew I just need to talk to the school psychologist to help this student. There are times when that's the person you can talk to get the help that is needed. It's urgent care, and it's help with the most serious needs in our district. So I'm continually and eternally grateful for our school psychologists. And we have the best school psychologists around, and that doesn't happen without great leadership. Let me tell you about the leadership that we have in Jordan District for these school psychologists. Dr. Fulvia Franco has been at it over 35 years. It's weird that they let her start in elementary school, but she's a licensed psychologist and a nationally certified psychologist, meaning she could have a private practice. Instead, like I said, she oversees 70 school psychologists. Think about the cumulative effect of strong leadership and guidance and training for 70 school psychologists. She's an executive council member for the National Association of School Psychologists. She's a national delegate for the National Association of School Psychologists. She's an adjunct faculty to the Department of Psychiatry and Educational Psychology at the U of U, and the and she's the Jordan Family Education Center coordinator. I assume that she sleeps from time to time. I'm very grateful to have her here tonight, and extremely grateful to have her in Jordan District and to have the chance to associate with her for so long.
Hang on. Okay. Now can you hear me? I am deeply honored to be here tonight to talk to you about school psychology services in Jordan School District. Like Dr. Godfrey mentioned, we have, because of your foresight and seeing the need to have support for children in our district, every one of our K-12 schools has a full-time allocation for a school psychologist. Every one of those positions is paid for through regular education funding. We are unique. What that does for us is it allows us to work with any child in school if we have parent permission. So we can work with anyone, not just students in special education. We do have some positions, 3 positions that are paid for through special education for the center-based schools, but for all our K-12 schools, it's regular education funding. So what do? We spend our time, and when I interview potential applicants, they want to know, how do school psychologists spend their time in Jordan District? Well, I need to tell you that what I tell them is that they will spend more than half their time, probably about 65% of their time, in providing direct service to students. That's through individual counseling, group counseling, crisis intervention for children who are experiencing suicidal ideation. It could be crisis intervention if there's been a death in the school. They help with that. They do assessments as well. They help determine eligibility for Section 504 so that we can set up accommodation plans to meet the needs of students. Some of our schools, some of our high schools have 175 students on 504 plans. That's just to give you an idea of what they're doing. In addition to all the counseling and direct service, they also provide guidance curriculum in the classroom and also help with behavioral interventions and guiding behavioral interventions when those are needed, providing consultation to teachers in terms of classroom management, as well as to parents when they're experiencing maybe some parenting kinds of concerns. Every school psychologist, including interns, are required to participate at the Jordan Family Education Center, provide a service. They're the main staff that provide services there. So the kind of services we provide there, we do parenting classes for parents, we do classes for students, we do support groups. So occasionally we have some, like a grief support group. We provide short-term, child-centered family counseling for families that if we feel we can address issues in up to 10 counseling sessions, we will provide that service. In order to determine if we can do that, we conduct clinical intake interviews, a diagnostic interview with the parent and the student, so they can tell us what their concerns are and we can determine what we can do. Jordan Family Education Center is an extension of the local school. That's a strength for us. Outside mental health agencies are great, but they can't, without a release of information, share information back and forth. We can work with teachers or school psychologists in the building to work together to help children be successful. So those are some of the things that we do. I want to thank the board and the district administration, Superintendent Godfrey, Mike Anderson, and Travis Hamblin, for also having the vision to bring together the Student Services Department. Travis likes to say, you all were in silos. Now we're working as a team. Stacy Worthen over the school counselors, McKinley Withers, Health and Wellness with the social workers, and myself with the school psychologists. We work as a team. We are a school mental health team so that we have each other. We get trained in providing those kinds of services, mental health related services, to help support our children. Recently, I was talking to one of our newer school psychologists. She's only been working as a school psychologist for 3 years. She's in an elementary school, and she told me that this year she has had 13 suicide risk assessments. Elementary. I think that every one of our schools has had a student who's had need to meet with someone, whether it be a counselor, social worker, school psychologist, so that they could express the concerns that they're feeling, and we can reach out to them and provide them with support and try to get them the resources that we can. So I greatly appreciate all the support that you've given us. One more thing, I asked this school psychologist, do you have a message for the board? Because I'm going to be talking to them. What would you like them to know? And she said, I want them to know that school psychologists are advocates. They advocate for kids. She said, and she graduated from a Jordan District school, by the way, and came back from out of state to work for us. She said, I had a family member that went to a Jordan District school, and he had struggles with mental health, and it was through the advocacy of his school psychologist that he now has a job and he's gotten the supports he needs as an adult. And I said, who was that? And she said, Clinton Thurgood. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just want you to know how much my staff care for the kids in our district and what we all do to keep them safe, happy, healthy, and to help them become well-functioning adults in our society so that they can have rich, fulfilling lives. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Can I say something, President? I have an 18-year-old daughter who suffers with severe depression, who luckily has parents who love her dearly and listen, got her the medication that she needed. But it wasn't enough. She would go to school and she would drown in a darkness that would consume her. And sometimes she didn't have the strength to fight it. She'd come home and she'd be okay because there she was safe and Mom and Dad loved her. Then she'd go back to school again and drown in a darkness. Until a very observant teacher gave her name to the school psychologist, who handed out a lifeline that saved her. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful that she had parents who loved her and a school who gave her something to hold on to in the darkness. And so I, for one, will always stand behind the work the psychologists do in our schools, and I thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is comments by elected officials. Do we have any elected officials here tonight to address us? Representative Kwan. And will you please state your name? I know I just said it, but for the record.
Well, thank you. I'm Representative Karen Kwan, and I have a sliver of Jordan School District in my district currently, and we'll see what happens in this next election cycle. But I just wanted to, first of all, say how inspired and impressed I have been with Jordan School District, this culture of caring and love that you have all expressed tonight. And I'm just so honored to have been able to join you tonight on this day. And with so many recognitions and celebrations. So I thank you. I thank you all. I'm here really to support the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. I'm so proud to see so many of them here in the room, and I know that you will hear from them later on this evening. Today you'll see parents, community leaders, many of them are aunties and uncles, and students. And for many of them, this is their very first time being here in the room with the board, but also could be their very first time testifying. And English might be their second language or their third or their fourth language. And I know that you know that they haven't been here not because it's a lack of caring. It's because it's intimidating. It's scary, right? And policy is scary. And I'm just so proud to see how many community members came out to address you. I want to reassure them that I know that you're going to reach out to them with open ears and with kindness, and with there's a statement on your diversity page that I really like, and that's that you will reach out with that understanding and celebrating the value of human diversity, because everyone has culture. Everyone does. And so they'll ask you to interpret or reinterpret it, the graduation attire dress policy. And I know it's late. We know that. We know that. But from what I can see, the policy does not ban leis. In fact, I think it's number 3 in that policy that states formal, semi-formal, or customary dress attire is appropriate for a commencement ceremony. And leis are, leis are a culturally and spiritual custom to commemorate the developmental stage that our kids are moving from childhood to adulthood, and that's such a sacred time for them. And I just again wanted to thank you. I look forward to supporting Jordan School District as you work together with parents and with the community to honor all of our customary dress attires. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next is our patron comments section, and we, as a board, really welcome and encourage public participation in our meetings and look forward to this time when we get to hear from our public. Although not required to do so by law, the board does set aside time monthly to hear from our patrons. Just a few rules. The board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. The board doesn't discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda, and silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message given. We have a lot of people that have signed up tonight to speak about graduation attire, and that is an item on our agenda, so we will get to that very soon. And we do have some patron comment, though not related to that we will take right now. Everyone will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to speak, and we ask that you be respectful of the time, as we do have a lot of people that have signed up to speak tonight. And when you come to the podium, please state your name for the record. Okay, first we have Nicole Mcdermott.
Good evening, Board President Miller and members of this board, the superintendency, and members of the superintendency. My name is Nicole Mcdermott. I am here representing Elk Ridge Middle School and also our Music PLC from the Middle School Instrumental Music PLC teachers. And I'm going to read my comments because otherwise I'm not going to stay under 3 minutes, so I will do my best. Earlier this year, we were discussing ways in which we use money that we charge for instrument rentals in each of our schools. It led to a larger discussion about instrumental needs, and from it was born the idea of asking for replacements for some of our oldest instruments, especially at some of our oldest schools. I, along with another colleague, took our request to our curriculum specialist, Norm Emerson, and our administrator of middle schools, Cody Curtis. I have to be honest in saying that I wasn't sure how far this would go or if we would ever come to fruition. But only a few short weeks later, in a virtual meeting with Superintendent Godfrey and with Mr. Curtis, we were told we would be given a budget to get us started in this process. I am here tonight to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in making this happen. I know how tight a budget is, for it's the school district. And even though this amount may be a drop in the bucket for this school district, it makes a world of difference for our programs. We, as music teachers, know the educational and emotional value of music in our schools. It can raise test scores, it can help students experience new cultures, and it can give them a purpose and a place to call home. Thank you for being a district that supports our arts programs. These instruments will not only help existing students have a more positive experience, but it will also allow more students, especially those in our lower socioeconomic demographic, to join in our groups. At some point, these purchases will come to the board for approval. Thank you in advance for your support. To everyone who has made this possible, thank you for making it important to you and for supporting us. On a personal note, I want to say thank you to our board and to our district leadership. I know it has been a hard couple years. When you ran for office or when you accepted the position, I'm sure you never imagined that you would have to make critical decisions concerning a global pandemic amid other things. You probably never expected to be yelled at, called names, have your character be called into question, or many other things that you've dealt with. Above all, I know that your concern has been to do what is best for our students. I know you do your best to listen to your employees, listen to your parents, and listen to our students. I recognize that this is often difficult to balance and that you are faced with many decisions. Thank you for your leadership during this time, your continued desire to support educators and help our students. We are grateful for that. Thank you. Thank you. And next we have Elma Scheid.
President Miller and the board, Superintendent and John Larson and Mike Anderson. I am just up here to represent the Jordan Education Professional, just a minute, J. For those who are custodians and nutrition, maintenance, transportation, the paras. This is going to be my last board meeting as a president of this organization, and I want to thank you for the last 3 years of getting to know you and to being able to represent this group of people. I appreciate the support that you've given us and have shown us, and the concern that you have shown for these people that work very hard in this district and to make it as successful. I am grateful to be able to work for Jordan School District. I am grateful for the years and the friends that I have made, and I am grateful for an incredible board that I served with. They mean a lot, and they want to serve and do what's best for these job families. Please know that I will miss coming to these board meetings, but I can listen at home. But I have really developed a great friendship with the superintendent and John, and know of their concern, and Jen, and the concern that you guys have all shown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we did receive, board members, we did receive one online comment also, but it does relate to character and competence of an individual, so we will email that to you and not have it read in board meeting. I believe everyone else that signed up was for graduation attire, is that correct? Okay. We did a lot more recognitions tonight than we usually do, so thank you for your patience. Board members, are you okay if we move ahead to our business item and come back to the consent agenda?
Yep.
Okay.
Do we need to make a motion for that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we will jump ahead to our special business item, which is consideration for exception to administrative policy AA 419, student conduct, dress, and appearance. And we will move into public comment in just a minute. I just wanted to let people know where, kind of a little bit of the history about where we're at with this policy. The graduation attire is part of our regular dress code policy. It's been in place for a long time. I think that's been reported differently maybe in the media. But the policy itself has been in place for a long time. We went through an extensive review about a year ago to update the policy, and we did make changes to the dress code policy, but we did not make changes to the graduation attire section of that policy. But we know there's been great interest in that policy here in our community and across the state. And we're mindful of what the legislature did in passing HB 30, which applies specifically to tribes, but know that that has created an interest in discussing this further. So we are going to start out then with public comment on this policy. And again, the same rules apply. We don't take any comments on the character or competence of a individual. And we will give you 3 minutes to speak and ask that you be very mindful of time. We do have a lot of people that have signed up to speak, so please be mindful and be brief. And when you get to the podium, be sure to state your name for the record. So first up, we will have Todd Hogard, and then followed by Yadhira Zavala. And I'll just apologize right up front for all the names I mispronounced. That's why you're going to state it for the record.
I'm Todd Hogard. I am speaking as council president for the high school council for all the PTSAs in the Jordan School District. Bottom line, trying to be brief, looking at the graduation issue, for me, is graduation for the school or is it for the student? You know, we've heard a lot of accolades for people today on how we are mindful of the students, mindful of the one. And I think of the culture and how important it is to the families that come to graduation. I know when I go to graduation, I'm not going to see how great Bingham High School did or how good Riverton High School did. I'm going there for my student and my family. And we've heard, you know, one of the things we try and focus on is helping strengthen the bond of the students to the school as they're going through school. And at graduation, it's one of those hard times where the school administration and those who've been with these kids for 3 or 4 years are having to let them go and turn them over to their families. You know, hearing stories of how schools are able to strengthen the students. They're not going to be able to have that school there anymore. We need to strengthen the bond of the family, I think. I think anyone who's a fan of rugby would know how important family is to Polynesian culture. And one of our bylines with PTA is every child, one voice. On the administration side, we're sort of the one voice. We want everyone to be the same. We want to be a united voice. But the students are every child. They're all different. They have each different cultures. So I think it's important for us to acknowledge their culture and what's important to them. I think the Alpine School District has set a good example. Maybe we can follow that. Might be a good example to follow. Please remember the students in your decision. Thank you.
Yadhira Zavala, followed by Pele Tongaje.
I'm Yadhira Zavala, and I'm talking about coveralls. The graduation dress code hasn't been modified until recently when the Student Tribal Regalia Use Amendment was passed. Utah lawmakers, Representative Angelina Romeo and Senate Gianni Lamoto, were able to pass a bill which allowed graduates to represent their heritage by honoring their history by wearing feathers, arrowheads, beadwork, and other cultural items. To the people who are graduating this year and those who are on the path for graduation, we are fighting and we will continue to fight for the superlative honor and respect to our people and our ancestors. All we ask is to be able to walk with our flags on our sashes as a way we can show who we are. We're no different, we are nonetheless, we are our own. Graduation is about celebrating all the things we have accomplished. So why can't we include those symbols of where we come from to show honor to ourselves and to our culture and our heritage? Consider giving us permission so then this year's seniors can wear their flags at graduation and that we could keep doing it as a new way to celebrate our accomplishments. Thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you. And Pele, followed by Jenny Lynn Sua.
Hi, I'm Bella Tongagai, and so I just think that people going up for graduation should be able to wear their cultural attire because it not only represents our culture, and we are not just going up there like for ourselves, we're also going up there for maybe family members that couldn't. and it represents a lot of other things. I just think that, okay, I'm gonna say.
Thank you. Jenny Lynn Sua, followed by Fatima Al-Saidi.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, President Miller and Superintendent Godfrey, my name is, or I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight to advocate for something very close to my heart. My name is Jenny Lynn Sua, and in full transparency, to be relatable, I think a lot of you know my mom, Pam Sua, who just retired as a Jordan School District Administrator. I'm on the board of directors for the Utah Pacific Islander Civic Engagement Coalition, but I also grew up in Jordan School District. I graduated from Copper Hills High School, class of '99, and now my children are attending schools in the district. I'm here today to express my concern about the banning of cultural attire and leis at graduation. In the past 2 weeks, I've received a lot of conflicting information from Jordan School District, from the Utah State School Board, and from the media. The lack of adequate information available to the public has been frustrating and overly time-consuming. I've also been involved in several different dialogues within the community about what this policy means, how it will impact us, and where we can go from here. I've heard countless voices doubling down on the sacred custom of the lei, and not just wearing a lei, but giving a lei, receiving a lei, and the art of making leis. I've listened a lot to the concerns of the community regarding the nuance of the situation and the subtle undertones of colonization that it has. Last week, I participated in a community meeting with Superintendent Godfrey, and he was very clear that the decision was up to the school board, so here we are. To say we as a community are concerned is an understatement. We're more than concerned, we're upset, we're hurt, and to be fully transparent, this feels a little discriminatory. I say that with sincerity in my heart. I just have to be honest with you. And from someone who has participated in Jordan School District since 1994, I'm surprised at this policy. The Jordan School District has a healthy Pacific Islander population, and I'm not just talking about the student athletes. I'm talking about the administrators, the teachers, the lunch ladies, the coaches, the counselors. We are an integral part of the culture that makes up Jordan School District. So to enforce a policy that denies us the ability to freely practice our cultural customs is wrong and frankly unconstitutional. With all due respect, I can't help but notice that there are no people of color represented on this board. I bring this up because it matters. This matters because the lived experience of people of color is full of policies similar to this. I realize my time is up. In questioning the policy, were any people of color consulted? Were there any Pacific Islanders that were represented when you were discussing these policies? You as a state board, or as the school board, not only does that come with power, but it comes with influence, and you have a responsibility to be an advocate for the people that are underrepresented in conversations that are as important as this. I realize my time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Fatima, followed by Mohammed Al-Saidi.
I'm Fatima Al-Saidi from Copper Hills High School. I want to start off with my religious and traditional greeting while addressing you all tonight. Assalamu alaikum, which means peace be upon you. I brought my younger sisters today to be here to see that their voices can be heard. I'll be graduating from high school as the eldest daughter from an first generation Iraqi American, which is my biggest accomplishment through the public school system by far. Not my 7 honor cords or my academic medals, like my finalist round Sterling Scholar medal. My biggest accomplishment is honoring my parents who have worked hard and my ancestors when I walk down that stage. You could take away my high GPA, my leadership positions, my countless amount of service hours. But I will not let you take away my right to represent myself and my family when it comes to graduating and celebrating my achievement. This policy has been around since 1974, the same year my mother was born, and most of our parents here tonight. This policy was passed 20 years after Brown versus Board of Education. We could see this policy has a historical background and effect of prejudice which excludes people of color. It is time to hear the voices that have been excluded for this long. It is time for Jordan School District to revise the AA 419 policy, and time for students of color to be allowed to express their culture with at least one piece of cultural regalia, just like Alpine District has. We were not the first, but I hope we'll be the second district to allow cultural regalia as part of the celebration of graduation. I thank you tonight for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next, we have Mohammed, followed by Steve Haslam.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. That means peace and mercy and blessings of God to each and every one of you. Mine's a bit longer than hers. My name is Mohammed Al-Saidi, a first-generation student and a senior at Copper Hills High School while working for Intermountain Healthcare as a healthcare worker for Instacare and Kids Care. And I just wanted to quickly thank each and every one of you for the support for JTech, North and South. I have gone through the JTech Pharmacy Technician program, and I am a certified pharmacy technician. That was from each and every one of you. I am, though, disappointed about Jordan School District tonight. They are not pushing themselves, and they're not allowing people like me to show my culture. And they don't let us show that academia was a personal struggle with many cultural barriers, as my twin sister and I have spoken about tonight. I'm going to give this to you guys really quickly. This is a cultural sash that just has the flag of Iraq. I want you to pass each and every one of these. I'm going to give you guys this. This is just you. This is a cultural thing to wear in Iraq and other privileged. I just wanted to ask, why can I not wear these at graduation? These are simple things that do not do anything that harms other students and does not show any profanity or anything vulgar. I have gone through Jordan School District all my life. I am a Sterling Scholar, a Presidential Scholar nominee for Jordan School District. I'm getting 8 honor cords. I am the president of Skills USA, that won first and going to nationals, and I am a president for JATC, host of pharmacy. And I also work with a nonprofit helping refugees set up businesses in the Salt Lake Valley with a 3.941 GPA. Yes, my GPA bothers me. But can I ask everyone here that is for support of cultural regalia to stand? I want to also emphasize, I am an American citizen. I am an American. That is something that I will always hold in my heart, and I will never let go of that. But my dad came here to this country, and he thanks America every single day because he left from persecution and from the terror of Saddam Hussein from Iraq. And he came to America seeking freedom. And I stay with that every single day. But I want you guys to also realize I am Iraqi, and I will never forget that. I am asking the board members to help my school and every other school district, every other high school in the district, just to show our cultural regalia, and for everyone here standing tonight to show a part of their culture, and for everyone at home and everyone that's had a simple thought in it. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. Steve Haslam, followed by Fahina Posse.
I'm just the teacher that complains to you guys all the time. That being said, I also apologize for my informal attire. There was a soccer tournament at Copper Hills today. Look at like all these beautiful people that are here. I've been to, I think, like 7 or 8 board meetings. This is definitely the most amount of people of color that I've seen in a meeting like this. Really grateful that they're here, but I know that the struggle you guys have in fixing these policies, that there's conversations that need to be had, but it was also quite notable, no offense to people in here, but offense, how many people did not stand when he said who was in support of regalia. There was quite a few at the back, and it's kind of a scary situation, to be honest, that my friends of color have to be in a district where they're surrounded by people that do not support them. But they are your constituents, not just the people that didn't stand, them as well. So my last speech that I gave to you guys was to be the first. And Daryl Robinson, next day, actually before I even got home, emailed me and said, let me be the first. And he came to my classroom and he spoke to my students, and it was a really, really powerful experience, I think, for him. I don't want to speak for him, but it was for everybody. It was awesome. I've talked to administrators and asked them, like, why is this even a thing? And they've tried to come up with the best answers they can. Some principals just feel that their hands are really tied by this policy. But some have said that it's about the journey, and that the cultural regalia doesn't represent the journey. I think you've heard from my students and from Ms. Sue and others today that it definitely is about the journey. That Mohammed and Fatima's father was a freedom fighter. That he stood up to Saddam Hussein and watched his friends get gunned down next to him because he believed in a free world. The people of color that are sitting behind me, they got here because their parents and their grandparents and the people that they've come from were freedom fighters, and they believed in the American dream. And now they come here and they're told, well, you can't be yourself. So as a district, we're making change. We're doing a good job, but again, we need to work on being the first, or the biggest school district in the state, and we can't be the first at something. We need to be the first, and while we won't be the first at changing the graduation policy, I hope that you guys will do so and be the second. 2 years ago, we had our graduation both due to COVID restrictions. We did a lot of drive-through graduations, and I know my time's almost up. Those graduations were due to COVID restrictions and whatnot, but what I thought was really cool about those graduation ceremonies is that the people coming through in their cars, they were able to celebrate themselves and their history and their culture and fly their flags. And we said that we were doing it for COVID restrictions, but we were also doing it because we felt bad that the students had to endure that year of education. The people behind me have had to endure however many years they've been in Jordan District having their cultures silenced. So I would really appreciate, as a white guy talking to a bunch of white folks about issues for people of color, that we just wake up and change the dang policies because it's the right thing to do.
Fahina Pasi, followed by Jadiane Ione.
Sorry, I have to read this because I forget things. But good evening, President Miller, board members, Superintendent Godfrey, and district administrators. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening regarding Jordan District graduation dress code. My name is Fahina Tavakepasi, Executive Director for the National Tongan American Society, which is a nonprofit organization here in Utah. When wearing leis, many are wearing regalia that have been worn by other family members and is only worn at graduation ceremonies or at weddings. For an example, some of our Tongan students may wear a ta'avala, which is a family woven mat. Then it is held together using a hand-woven belt that cinches at the waist, signifying the wrapping or tying together of family and culture. As we wear these cultural items, we are representing family, loved ones, and those who are seen, both seen and unseen, both that are living and who have passed on. In addition, The wearing of leis, whether made of flowers or leaves or shells, are very culturally symbolic as well. Before we even pick the flowers and leis, we give thanks to God or whoever we pray to for the beautiful Mother Earth. And as we craft or sew our leis, we only have positive thoughts. Once again, these leis are an important cultural expression made with love and full of hope for our children and their future. I would also like to share that the wearing of cap and gown dates back to the 13th and 14th century, a very European tradition where this attire was worn for two specific symbolic reasons. It represented culture and religion. The wearing of the cap and gown has significant cultural implications. We, as Pacific Islanders community, would like you to extend that cultural significance to the wearing of leis over our gowns during graduation ceremonies. As you may be aware, many of our Pacific Islanders have come here to Utah for not only religious reasons, but to also obtain education. The realization of high school graduation is only the first milestone in this educational journey. For many, it is a struggle as we navigate a system that can be challenging for our collective. We celebrate as a village whenever any student graduates. Some board members here have expressed that our community did not show up to public meetings to discuss this. May we suggest that invitations are sent to community organizations, including our churches, to get the word out, also translated into Pacific Islander languages, and utilize parent engagement strategies to get the word out. Furthermore, please consider adding the voices of parent, student, and other stakeholders to your ethnic advisory committee. It is our understanding that the members on that committee are employees of district. There are other perspectives in the community that should be heard and that are not influenced by the intimidation of possible employment retaliation. In closing, thank you for allowing me to address the board this evening. I hope you vote in favor of amending the graduation dress code. We look forward to working closely with Jordan School District Board of Education as you deal with our most precious possession, our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Jadiana Ione, followed by Oa Misifoa. I hope that people at least know enough that their names being called.
Hello everyone, my name is Jadiana Iwane. I'm a senior at Valley High School and I spoke at the most recent board meeting. I just wanted to say that throughout the past couple weeks, I guess since the last board meeting, I've just been trying to call around and really get a reason as to why this policy was in place. And every time I called, I got a different reason. The first time it was social equity. The second time it was flower lays make a mess. The third time it was, one of the admins said we were too different. And then the last time I called, you guys said it was just to make everyone look uniform. It's been really hard for our community to wrap our head around this because it's inconsistency in reasons. We shouldn't get a different answer every time we call. Before you sits beautiful people from all over the world. They have come to show you that what we wear is not pieces of cloth and string. It is who we are. Right here, instilled within these people, is a piece of their home that they get to bring and share with others from different backgrounds. Valley High School has been the best thing that has happened to me. They encourage and uplift the students every day. I called Principal Jacinto and asked the same question I asked you every time I called in, and he said to me, I would never ask you to stop being Polynesian when you come to school, and I never will, no matter the event. This conversation I had is what gives me hope for this district. I know Principal Jacinto is aware of the guidelines, yet despite that, he continues to pave the way and protect the students of color at our school. I hope for future generations that all the schools can be that support for them and empower them the way Valley does for me. Jordan School District has always been the home district for me and many other Polynesian students. We have grown up in this district and we are now getting the privilege to walk across the stage and get our diploma as we go into the next chapter of our lives. Although it's already such a memorable moment, you guys have the opportunity to make it more special and memorable for every individual from different cultural backgrounds when you let us represent who we are and share with each other our differences. If you want to make a difference for us Polynesian students this AAPI month, let it be taking down the policy that silences who we are. Here we are as people from all over the world, and no matter how long this policy may stand, I, a Pacific Islander, will not conform. Thank you for your time.
Oa Misiko, followed by Eileen Kofaloa.
Hello. First off, I would like to thank the board for letting me speak to you guys today, especially being a minority and a person of color myself. You kind of find it hard to find times to speak up and to say something. So first off, I'd like to thank you guys for letting me do that. My name is Olmisi Fall. I'm a senior at West Jordan High School, and I would like to start off by giving a quote given by Martin Luther King, and it said, "Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor, but it must be demanded by the oppressed." As I sit here and I see a bunch of people talking and trying to convince you guys why we should be here and why we should not just let us wear our lace, but let other cultures and other people of color to wear their cultural stuff as well. It does become a little frustrating that we are not allowed to embrace and show our culture, especially when you have school themes and you have like football games where it's like Hawaii or Hawaii Day or Luau, and it's very inconsistent to let white kids and white people wear what they want and say what they want, but we can't do the same. Sorry. I just would want to end by saying that the Polynesian people, we're not just your destination getaway or your vacation spot. We are more than that. We are real people and we have real feelings. And I hope you really would take this in consideration, because if you don't, then you're not helping all the students in the school and you're not helping all the students in the district. And I know it is frustrating, especially hearing a bunch of complaints from parents, but I mean, you signed up for this. But yeah, I would just like to end by saying thank you again for letting me give this opportunity to speak. My name is Olmisi Fall Jr. I am named after my dad, and my dad would like for you guys to please reconsider this, because I'm not just representing myself, I'm representing my people. Thank you.
Eileen Kofaloa, followed by Lucina Drafil.
Good evening, President Miller, board members. Thank you for this opportunity I have to stand before you and to voice my piece. I'm not going to repeat what a lot of my fellow citizens here have already stated. I do want to say on a personal level, I do appreciate the vulnerability that you have shown. This is my first board meeting, and I appreciate the vulnerability that you guys have shown to me as a citizen here. And for my children, I'm a stay-home mom of 6 children. Our eldest daughter will be graduating from Copper Hills. And so we, as a family, would love to celebrate her and have many hopes for her. I just wanted to mention one thing. Today, I came back with my eldest daughter from Connecticut. My cousin graduated from Yale University in law. Koloa Vokram, who represents the village that my grandfather comes from. When he walked that stage, there were about 50 of us who were there. We are poor people, but I don't know how we did it, if we made loans or what we did, but we were able to get out there and show our support and love to our cousin who represented our grandfather and the small village that we come from. And we take great pride in that. As he walked the stage, calling his name, Koloa Wolfgram, graduating top of his class. The top program in law in this country, we take great pride in that. He wore his tauvala along with his tongue and attire and stood up there proudly, and we were there hurrahing him. And that is something that's historic for our family. And I hope that we can repeat that for my daughter, the eldest in my family. Thank you for your time.
Lucina Drafil, followed by Fiti Drafil.
Thank you, President Miller and Superintendent Godfrey and the rest of you board members. I know my time's limited, so if I speak fast, please bear with me. I'm here, my name's Lucina Palapoy Driffel again. I'm here as a mother of students currently attending Jordan School District, asking for your support in allowing an amendment or exception to your policy regarding graduation regalia to allow students to wear a flower lei. I understand that the policy was revised at the beginning of the school year. I'm not sure what outreach took place, and but for whatever reason, your outreach never reached me or many of the other families in this district. I respect guidelines and policies and understand the importance it plays in all aspects of running a school. I also know how important it is to revisit policy and guidelines periodically to ensure that we are providing the best and most inclusive experience possible for every student and family. As a community, we fear, oh my gosh, sorry. My place. As a community, we fear that the pattern of muting cultural representation become the norm of our children. Coming to America and assimilating has taken years of learning and growing pains and is still something we continue to navigate today. I myself, as a first-generation American, have learned throughout the years how important it is to embrace being both American and Pacific Islander. I'm so proud of both of my American and Pacific Islander heritage. America is a country made up of immigrants. We are a beautiful melting pot of diverse cultures and backgrounds. The graduation cap and gown, for instance, this was mentioned earlier, is a tradition Americans have adopted from the 13th century Europe. I share this with you because we have an opportunity tonight to continue being a community that embraces and honors tradition and diversity. The lei is so much more than just flowers or candy. A lei is a gift and a blessing from our families. It is offered with prayer or chant or of gratitude and many blessings as one walks across the stage into the next chapter of their lives. With the lei, we carry our past, present, and future. As Americans and Pacific Islanders, we learn to embrace the best of both cultures. Denying our children the opportunity to wear a lei goes against everything we teach them about embracing their identity as an American and Pacific Islander. In closing, may I ask of you this evening is to please be on the right side of history and allow our children the chance to wear a lei as they complete the biggest milestone of their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final is Fiti Drafil.
First off, I want to say thank you to President Miller, Superintendent Godfrey, and fellow board members for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Fiti Maliafa Drifel, and I am half Samoan. I am of Samoan descent, but I was born and raised in Utah. I attend Copper Hills as a junior, and I'm a part of the girls' golf team. I am also a proud member of the POP Club, which stands for the People of the Pacific Club. My mother is an immigrant from Samoa and came here for a higher education, so it's important to me and my family to celebrate academic milestones such as graduations. On the Jordan District's Language and Culture Services page, it states the district's promotion of understanding and celebrating the value of human diversity, because everyone has a culture. It also states that you help students be aware of their own culture. How are we supposed to be aware of our own culture if we aren't allowed to wear our traditional attire or leis? This policy is taking away from what is claimed on your own website page and how I represent myself. The leis have a huge significance for my people because it's a representation of our culture and where we come from. We are given the leis by our family because they identify us as Polynesian people. The leis are used to express endearment, love, honor, gratitude, and appreciation. But in this particular meeting we're addressing today, the leis represent accomplishment in our youth for completing scholastic achievements. Throughout my childhood, I attended graduations and ceremonies, and I got to participate in giving the leis. I specifically remember when I attended my uncle Daniel Palapoy's graduation from Bingham High School. I saw my grandma give him a lei and thought, this is beautiful. It's an act of love that has been passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, the meaning of the lace to us is more than just decorative. There is a meaningful history behind the lace and attire. The designs and clothing represent community, generational traditions, power, status, respect, honor, and a mark of pride. My personal experiences stand as a testament to forced assimilation, meaning my personal experiences showcase the fight Pacific Islander students take every day to represent their culture. Graduation may not have such a cultural significance to other families, but my family had to cross an ocean to go to college because my ancestors didn't have the same opportunities in their home countries. This is something huge for us. In addition to that, as a result of colonialism, our ancestors weren't able to represent and present our clothing for a prolonged period of time. So me wearing the traditional attire is me reclaiming what was taken away and me being proud of my heritage, ancestors, history, and of myself. Wearing these is an act of resistance for my ancestors. Me walking and wearing these lace and attire for graduation is not me walking alone. I'm walking with my ancestors. Graduation isn't just about me. It's about the generations before me that didn't have these opportunities that I have. I'm simultaneously paving the way for younger generations below me to follow. It's showing that we can be successful, and I hope you give me the opportunity to reclaim, set an example, and walk with the clothes and traditions of my ancestors at graduation. Thank you.
Thank you all for your public comment. I know it takes courage to get up and stand in front of a group and the media. I appreciate all of you for your respectful tones. I will now turn it to the board for board discussion. Oh, sorry, we do have some online comments. Mr. Larson. And just for those of you that know, we do allow people to send in comments online if they do it earlier in the day.
That is small. Dear Jordan District Board, I write as a concerned parent and constituent of Jordan District and request my email to be read as a public comment in your meeting tonight. I am writing specifically to address the district's policy that has widely been focused on what students can and cannot wear at graduation. I appreciate the work the board has previously done and dedicated to updating the district's dress code, and in my research have discovered this is where the policy is affecting graduation. Last year, when the dress code was being vetted and updated, I looked at it, trying to understand how it would impact my children as students. However, I failed to make the connection that items such as leis or other expressions of cultural belonging would be disallowed at graduation in conjunction with the dress code. This is not the fault of the board. Communication about the dress code was consistent, frequent, and clear. However, I am concerned that the full implication of the policy was not understood and that other parents' experience may be much like mine. A new dress code is out, but the things that have consistently been part of graduation, such as cultural identification, would continue to be part of a student's experience. Now, I want to be clear, my children would not be directly affected by a no-lay policy at their graduations. However, I feel like the line set by this policy is razor thin and can ultimately result in challenges to the district in the future. For my children, as members of the LDS faith, if they wanted to wear a pin expressing that faith, would it be prohibited? For my son, who is gay, if he wanted to wear a pride pin as an expression of his identity, would it be prohibited? For my daughter, who has worked tirelessly to be a high school athlete and dancer, if she chose to have a dance decoration of some sort, would that be prohibited? Graduation should be a celebration of who our kids are, what they have accomplished. It is by nature a cultural celebration, an American white privileged cultural celebration. But if we only allow expression that is dictated by one culture, I believe that is inherently wrong. What we are saying to our children, it's okay to celebrate your accomplishments as long as you celebrate them the way we dictate. That doesn't sit right with me as a parent, as an American, as a citizen and constituent in our school district. The diversity of where we live is what makes us stronger. Embracing that diversity and learning from it and allowing it to help us be better is the pathway to understanding and building the American dream. I also want to point out that our students' free speech, which includes wearing items such as leis, is protected under the Constitution unless it involves defamation, threats to commit a crime, fighting words, obscenity, or child pornography. This well-established standard has been upheld in most important courts of our country since the Tinker versus Des Moines Supreme Court ruling from 1969. Again, this is the thin line that I feel the district is walking by upholding and enforcing this policy. I ask the board to hit the pause button with the enforcement of this policy. It is good governance to reflect on and look at the policies we have when perhaps they need to be changed.
Thank you. Do you need to state the name for the record on that?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you reminding me of that. Jacob Sorensen. Sean and Epilani Bovey. Dear District, Jordan District Board of Trustees, please vote in favor of allowing Polynesian cultural attire, leis, dress, during graduation commencement ceremonies for the following reasons. 1, cultural dress restrictions should not exclusively target Polynesian culture. All forms of dress are cultural attire deriving from ancestral cultural origins. A cap and gown qualify as cultural wear deriving from Eurocentric origins. The normalization of Eurocentered cultural dress should not supersede, inhibit, or make invisible Polynesian cultural ceremonial attire. 2, Pacific Islander contributions to Utah's history, economic growth, and success is well documented in the sugar products that relied on discounted labor and natural resources from Hawaii, Samoa, Tonga, Aotearoa, and throughout Polynesia. Sugar profits were used to strengthen Utah economic growth from 1868 to 1931. Pacific Islander contributions should not be forced into invisibility. Systematic racial exploitation is well documented and needs correcting. Forcing cultural invisibility supports existing racism. 3, freedom of speech and expression of Pacific Islanders, Polynesians must be protected in taxpayer spaces. Ceremonial wear is appropriate to be worn as an expression of religion in publicly funded events during a cultural rite of passage, such as a graduation ceremony. 4, wearing cultural attire, i.e. Polynesian wear, lei, is a tradition practiced throughout the world. Limiting or regulating such practice without Polynesian or Pacific Islander input is problematic. Limiting, regulating, or forming policy regarding a specific culture in a publicly funded space calls for an ad hoc committee formation that includes the impacted community and leadership from said community to be a part of the committee. Thank you. Sean Epilani Bovey. Cami Afo Iono. Hello, my name is Cami Alono Iono. I am a local born and raised Utah resident and also first generation born American on my father's American Samoan side. My father moved to this beautiful country for better opportunity when he was 13 years old. He traveled alone as a teenager to be sent to live with family. Here, he has made a successful, happy life and resides in South Jordan, Utah for the past 50 years. He has retired from West Jordan City as an employee and served his community for over 25 years. I am the owner of Paradise Porch, a small business in South Jordan. I offer beautiful tropical florals and custom leis that represent all South Pacific Islands. As a Polynesian American, I was so hurt to hear of this policy since I have a niece who is a student body officer, 4.0 student, and athlete at Copper Hills High School. It broke my heart she could not represent her heritage of Tongan and Samoan by being adorned with a beautiful floral head lei or a beautiful floral lei outside of her gown. The lei is a very sacred piece of art and has a rich culture behind it for all Pacific Islanders. It is a beautiful piece that is given with love and blessings. The lei is gifted and worn for the highest accomplishments and achievements, also helps celebrate life milestones. My grandparents worked hard to send my father here for the American dream where all are equal and accepted. This should also be included in the school system. 2022, we are here fighting for our voices to be heard, for our fourth generation descent to be able to showcase their love of their family and honor their ancestors who were not able to accomplish the things they are now doing here in America. As a small business owner, I am seeing the effect as well with lay purchases down by our local community. They're not purchasing because they know the traditional floral lays will not be allowed. My business runs off of 90% sales from the Utah Polynesian community, and at the most busy time of the year, sales are down. This rule is not only hurting our heritage, but also a minority-owned, woman-owned small business. Please consider to allow limited lays and attire that does not cause a problem for others or hide the graduate's face and academic achievements. Thank you for your time. We hope to be able to celebrate and show our love as free local Americans. Mucho aloha, kami afo aiono.
Thank you. Okay, now we will turn to the board for board discussion on this issue.
Do we have to have a motion first before we can discuss it?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I'd like to speak. I very much appreciate the honesty, and I hope you'll allow me to be honest. I believe something's broken, and I believe we need to fix it. And I am 100% committed to fixing it. My struggle, though, is how do I fix it? How do I do something very good that I want to do without doing something bad that I don't want to do? Free speech in this country is a tremendous gift. It is a wonderful right. But it's a little tricky, because as soon as you say to this person, you can express yourself in a way that's honorable, you have to say to this person, you can express yourself, and they may take that right and do it in a way that is hurtful and harmful. And they would say, I have the right to do it. We have seen in this country over the last several years that there are people who would take that right of free speech and be offensive and hurtful and demeaning and tear down. Now, I don't believe anyone in this room, I am 100% positive that no one in this room would ever take that right of free speech and do anything with it that would be anything but honorable. But I do believe there are people who would take that right of free speech and do something hurtful. How do I say yes and yet say no? How do we find that? Now, that's a very complicated process. And I am 100% on board to finding it. Here's my problem. I don't know if we can do it in 8.5 days.
Okay, public comment is over with, and so we'll ask everyone to please refrain from speaking till board.
I am 100% on board with finding that, but I don't know if we can do it in 8.5 days. Now, if we make a rash decision right now, does that make us vulnerable to a lawsuit? Does that make us vulnerable to someone out there, someone trying to make a statement and make a lawsuit? I don't know. But we need to find answers. This is a complicated process that I am 100% committed to doing. My question is, can we do it in 8.5 days?
Can I speak to that? I really feel like there are parts of this policy that it's clear need to be revised, but there are parts of this policy that I feel are in place that already answer the question that you just posed. That there are ways that we can allow expression of pride and respect and cultural heritage and have guidelines. So when I look at Section A, it already defines in the general standards, any clothing, jewelry, accessory, footwear, personal item, or appearance practice may be prohibited when it draws undue attention, distracts, disrupts, and/or interferes with the learning environment at school or school-sponsored activity, endangers or affects the health, safety, and/or welfare of the individual or others, the welfare of others, may cause damage or harm to individuals, school devices, resources, equipment, or facilities, limits the identity of this student, and appears as an attempt to challenge the intent and scope of policy or the authority of the school. And I'm not saying let's throw out the whole policy. I think that is what protects our students and safeguards them. And I think that we can have both. And I think we can do it in 8 days. In fact, I think we should have done it 8 years ago.
Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, this is so hard. We've been criticized sometimes with how long it takes us to make policy. And there's a reason why we take a long time. We need to check the law. We need to check legal precedents. We need to check the community. There was some that mentioned that maybe we didn't reach out, but we did go to every single school in this. As I see the dress code, we tried to make it a policy of non-distraction. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to make sure the dress in our everyday life in school was not distracting to the educational process. And I think I've spent days in school almost every single day the last couple of weeks, and the policy's working. And it's really good. My question is this distracting? I taught at Kearns for 4 years. And so I reached out to my students over 20 years ago and just asked, like, did you wear them then? And they did. And I couldn't remember because maybe it wasn't distracting, You don't know how I'll vote, so don't clap yet. But it's a struggle. I wish that this would have come up. I brought this up when I first got on the board. I wasn't happy with this policy then. I wish we would have spent more time now here. I hate to change policy because of a certain incident, and so I'm really against changing policy. What I would propose is that we suspend this policy, item D, and allow some exceptions to the cultural wear and religious wear as found in House Bill 30. That's where I sit right now, but I do think a deeper dive, and I would hope the whole community would come out there at that time. I also have reached out to the community that I represent and other people that follow me, and it's not even close on how many people support this. And I'm supposed to be the voice of the people that elected me, and even if I wanted to not vote for this, the people I represent do.
So can I ask a question of the superintendent that may answer some of our questions? Could we, I think the idea, especially between the bill that was passed, is pre-approved. It has to be pre-approved. And I think honorable items could easily be pre-approved. If we gave the thumbs up tonight, is that enough time for students and administrators to allow, yes, that's pre-approved, so that we could say anything that wasn't pre-approved cannot be worn at graduation? But what is pre-approved, could that be allowed at graduation this year? Or is that process difficult and we couldn't pull it off in 8 days?
That would be a labor-intensive process that we can put in place in time for graduation. I don't want to undersell those from schools who may be listening. It's an effort, but that would not keep us from being able to do that.
Ms. Atwood, did you want to speak?
Oh, no.
Are we ready
Mr.
for a
Young?
motion?
Okay. I will just speak first, and then we'll take a motion. Our policy clearly needs to be reviewed and changed, and this board takes policy seriously. We like to bring it forward to multiple meetings and like to get public feedback. We have a process that we go through for that. And that needs to happen with this policy in my mind. Graduation is a week away, and that process is a couple months long process. But I would be supportive of considering an exception this year to the policy while we continue to do that dive for the details are sometimes the issue, is where do we go with an exception to it. And as I spoke earlier, I've got a motion ready. The chair doesn't usually make a motion, though. Do I have any board members that have a motion prepared?
I have.
And we'll finish comments then. Ms. Richards.
Go ahead, Ms. Richards.
Just very quickly, I wanted to make a comment that everything that has been said is true, is accurate. And I so appreciate all of you being here tonight and all that you have said. You've represented your culture very well, very well. I would like to say that I really don't like to do things in haste because I need to think things through. I need to make sure that it's what is supposed to be. So I don't take that lightly. But I do feel like we do need to look at the policy again, make some changes where needed, and I think that I would be in favor this year of making an exception and having graduation be a joyous time for all of you.
Nikki, you want to make it? So this has, I don't know if it's the last 3 years, last 4 years, it's all been blending together. This has been a unique time to be a member of a school board. We have had the opportunity to have rooms filled with people who are here to speak passionately about a topic that they feel strongly about. I don't think we have ever had a group who has come to speak. They have had similar passion for the topics for which they have come to speak, but I don't think we've had a group who has done it in such a eloquent, respectful, and persuasive way as the group here tonight. I want to honor the manner in which you have come and again expressed with passion something that feels very deep and meaningful to you in such a way that I just think it's textbook for what other groups who are passionate, they could learn so very much from how you have presented your case. And I want to thank you for that. I too acknowledge that we need to address this policy again. I do want to say during the policy development and reach out, the Jordan School District about a year and a half ago established a Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee for the very reason that people brought up here. The 7 of us on this board have limited perspective, and we recognize that we have blind spots. And so we recognized that we needed to hear from people that could help point those out. And we brought this policy to our Ethnic Advisory Committee. That does have representation from the Pacific Islander community. And we sought that feedback. Now, what I will acknowledge is they are all
they are all employees of the Jordan School District. That's where we started, and there has been some great counsel tonight as to how we can expand that. And so I recognize that we can be better, and we can be more inclusive, and seek out that counsel. But I want you to know that we genuinely did seek out individuals who could help us appreciate the blind spots that we had some great feedback and discussion about that. And so I am anxiously awaiting to hear the proposal that comes forward, because I'd love to find a way forward that doesn't produce the type of consequence that Mr. Dunford discussed. And I'm not sure the policy addresses that, Ms. George, with all due respect. I think this is one, and so I'm anxious to hear the proposal and what gets moved forward. But again, I am committed to seeing this policy revised to a point that we can allow for that expression. But again, and I hope you don't take my comments as patronizing, depending on how I wind up voting. But what you all have done here tonight is a shining example of how we engage in public dialogue and public discourse on difficult topics. And I genuinely wish all of our community could learn from that and learn from you as to how to engage in this discourse.
Nikki, you want to make the motion or you want me to?
I would be happy to make a motion. I want to proceed cautiously with this motion, and I know that we can wordsmith this and get it right, but I think it's important to note that it would be dangerous for us to suspend an entire policy at this point. And so what I'm going to motion is that we suspend items D2 and D4 of policy AA419, student conduct, dress, and appearance for this year, and allow the board time to take this opportunity to review the graduation section of this policy.
So D2 says they have to wear the prescribed cap and gown without alteration. If we suspend that, are you worried about?
Mr. Dunford, can we finish?
That's the motion on the table.
Well, but we
don't have
need to
a
have a
second.
second, and then I'd love to hear, yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. George and a second by Mr. Robinson to suspend, the motion is to suspend D2 and D4 of the policy. Okay, Mr. Dunford, discussion.
My worry is that by suspending D2, they could do anything with their cap or gown. And we couldn't enforce that.
I would only do 4.
So the reason that I included D2 is because it talks about decoration. Graduates are expected to wear the prescribed cap and gown without decoration, additions, or alterations. I think that we are asking for decoration and addition in what we've heard tonight. And that's the reason I included it. But if other board members feel like D4 is enough, I'm open to an amendment to that motion.
House Bill 30 gave certain procedures that they had to go through in order to get it approved, right? So my friendly amendment would be to use House Bill 30's procedures to allow other cultures' attire to be approved by administration. I'd kind of like to use that as a guideline, because I at this point don't feel comfortable with adjusting the cap and the gown. I would just add in that they can wear those cultural attires.
Where would your friendly amendment go?
At the end, I'd probably take out 2 and 4 and say we would use House Bill 30's procedures to allow other cultures to be pre-approved.
So you would suspend the entire policy?
No, I would just add to what House Bill 30 put in.
Which is what specifically?
That the item has to be pre-approved, and there's certain guidelines that they're using to do that.
So you're amending the motion to suspend 2 and 4 of the policy, but require approval from school administration?
Correct.
Is there any seconds to that amendment?
I like where you're going with that, Mr. Robinson. My concern is that that places a very heavy burden on our administration if they have to approve every single item individually. And when we're talking about the time crunch that we're already placing on them, I just don't know if that's a fair ask. I think that that's something we could consider for the future policy rewrite.
And I would agree with Ms. George, that's concerning to me in the time that it would take them to do that. I think it's a huge responsibility for administration. They're already going to have the responsibility of making sure that things that are appropriate are coming. Am I not?
I think you're on.
That items of cultural significance are acceptable as in coming in, but I have a hard time having them not pre-approval.
If you guys are more open to the big window being open, I just think it's harder to shut it.
And that's my concern. If we go with Ms. George's motion, they can do anything they want with their cap and gown.
Yep.
But if we go with Mr. Robinson's motion, we put an incredible burden on administration to enforce it in 8 days.
Would it solve the problem if we removed D2 and only suspended D4? Only school-issued and approved tassels, sashes, pins, hoods, cowls, mantles, cords, insignias, and medals signifying achievement, honor, participation, membership, or recognition may be worn. So that would be the only piece that you would remove or suspend temporarily this year.
And I think I would prefer, instead of the language suspend, that we make an exception to the policy.
Tell us the difference.
I'm open to that.
Like, for instance, in number 4, it says only school issued, then there's a big long list of stuff, or medal signifying achievement or honor may be worn. That could be interpreted differently, like say for instance, someone decides they want to have their own cord for some award that they made up, and it's not the school issued cord. Anyway, I think the way this is written, I think I would leave this policy in place, but then just say we're making an exception to the policy this year to allow for culturally significant regalia.
So my concern with that is simply that I want to make sure that we're not infringing on the rights of others, or that we're not allowing lewd, obscene, vulgar, profane, racist, discrimination, violence, hate in any form, all of the good pieces of this policy that I'm worried about making an exception to.
And I think, using the words culturally significant, I think.
About culturally established as well. If it's culturally established, then there's a long tradition. And someone who just says, well, this is my culture, without having necessarily saying, this is culturally established. LA, for example, is very culturally established, but some cord saying I'm president of some club that I made up is not culturally established.
And then I also think we could add to the motion that we give direction to the superintendent to provide clarifying language such that the rest of our policies don't get violated, such as
I think
that we've already got in there.
The introduction to C needs to be enforced as well. That paragraph at the introduction of C is critical.
And I've looked over several policies of other districts around us that have made this change, and the instruction that went out to the schools did contain some good language in there and some clarification. I think or at least I would be in favor of directing superintendent and his staff to add some of that clarifying language for our schools.
I would love for our students to be able to have the ability to show us what their culture means to them. And I do have faith in our students that they will do it in an appropriate way that shows their culture, with the understanding, of course, your understanding that we're not taking away the policy. So we will be reviewing this. We will be watching what will be happening, and we want to be able to build from this and not take away from it. That's my personal opinion.
So would this replacement motion answer some of these concerns? What if we make an exception to the graduation section of AA 419 to allow culturally established regalia at graduation ceremonies?
That's what I wanted.
Say your motion again.
So I would motion that we make an exception to the graduation section of policy AA 419 to allow culturally established regalia at graduation ceremonies.
I'll second that.
What about established or significant? Is there?
What if someone?
Are any of these legal terms that we need to be aware of?
Like that?
That's part of the challenge. This is a free speech issue, and because essentially this is a limited open forum, there can be perceived that the board, the school district, is sanctioning whatever is allowed within the meeting, unless it is a completely limited open forum where they just don't regulate any sort of speech. It's supposed to be content neutral. That's why often it's left to be after the portion of the ceremony where it can be opened up where these sorts of things are done. I don't know that we can wordsmith it. Sitting here tonight, going back and forth, certainly I think there are issues as far as how much, how, we get into all of those sorts of things. What is appropriate to one person may not be appropriate to another. There are just lots of exceptions, and I think if the board wants to take some direction, I think you should be perhaps more specific in this instance and say, in this instance, we will allow this, and this, and provide a mechanism where if somebody wants something in addition to what you're allowing, that then they seek approval from the administration. So that it's not an open free-for-all, but not everything has to go through an approval process. This is why we go through a process. It depends on what the board wants to do. I'll try to assist in whatever way I can. But I will say that a lot of what's been said, people can wear whatever they want under, they can wear whatever they want before the formal ceremony, they can wear whatever they want after. So if there's a misperception that they can't go to graduation and have these sorts of things, I just want to be clear that that's not the case under the current policy, and perhaps that needs to be better clarified as well, that it's just limited to the actual commencement portion.
Okay, so our current motion on the table is to make an exception to the graduation section of policy AA 419 to allow for culturally established regalia at graduation, during the graduation ceremony. Do I have it right?
Do we need to add or pre-approved? Culturally established or pre-approved, because
I'm okay with that because that's what House Bill 30 said, basically talk to administration.
So there is an avenue
for you to
see.
And I think what Ms. Atwood just said is super important. This policy stays intact, and I'm going to be watching really closely at graduation for people who will push this so they're distracting the graduation. I think most people will do a wonderful job, but I think keeping this intact allows us then to come back and make the right decisions after observing. We don't get that often to allow a policy to, run its course and then make the amendment after the fact.
I just want to be clear, I'm not out there to be a watchdog.
No.
I'm out there to watch people succeed
Yep.
and to celebrate. I want to see this succeed. I don't want to have a reason to have to come back to say, we allowed this to happen and we have to pull it back because of this reason.
I have a question. Do we need to specify that this exception is for this year only
Yes.
in our motion? So
Yes.
Unless we take action to change it.
I amend my own.
Yes.
I will amend that I motion that for the 2022 graduation year, we make an exception to the graduation section. The rest as follows. Unless we want to attempt, sorry.
I'll second it.
Thank you, sorry. Unless we want to attempt to list and create an inclusive list, I worry about adding in the authorization piece. And I'm willing to try to make that list, but I would be so underqualified to presume to know what is culturally representative for everybody in our district.
Yep.
I would say school administrators would feel the same way.
So if it's culturally established, is that enough definition, Superintendent?
The House bill used language recognized objects of religious or cultural significance. That was specifically limited to tribal.
Religious or
but-
cultural?
I like that words.
Could you repeat that again, Mr. Van Komen?
In defining tribal regalia, which is what House Bill 30 went to, it meant traditional dress or recognized objects of religious or cultural significance.
So,
Recognized. That's their word. I was using established. But if their word is recognized,
Use their word.
there needs to be some official, these are culturally recognized. You can't just come up with your own. These are culturally recognized. These are recognized, culturally significant items.
I like it.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Superintendent, but I just want to offer you the opportunity to speak.
I'm here to be put on the spot. I think that phrase will give the clarity needed to provide a great experience for graduates and allow school staff to make things work efficiently.
okay.
Mr. Dunford, do you want to amend that?
I amend that we include the phrase that the exception includes recognized items of religious or cultural significance.
Second.
Okay.
So can we piece all these motions
I'm
together?
writing. Let me read what I've got. Okay, so we have a motion to make an exception this year to the graduation section of AA 419 to allow for recognized items of religious or cultural significance.
Culturally significant.
Recognized culturally significant items at the graduation ceremony.
I'll second it.
I heard religious in there at one point in time, though. Is that part of it?
Said that.
Say it again.
Spirit of
HB 30.
HB 30.
HB 30 says that we make an exception to recognized items of religious and culturally significant.
That's why I want to use
Recognized items that are no.
But I don't like the requirement.
The language was
To get it
of
approved.
religious or
That's too
cultural significance.
That's what it is.
It's not that much.
Recognized items of religious or cultural significance.
Okay, so the motion is that we make an exception this year to the graduation section of policy AA 419 to allow recognized items of religious or cultural significance during the graduation ceremony.
Can I have just a couple things. What you all are witnessing here is actually quite a miracle. No, I see a way forward. Thank you, board. Thank you for that. I do want to put Mr. Sorensen, our administrator of schools, over our high schools. Sometimes we think we come up with some brilliant concept, and then we fail to appreciate how it's going to get communicated to those who are going to be responsible for executing this. And so I'd like to ask, if the board, with the board's permission, I'd like to ask Mr. Sorensen, if after he's heard this motion, what it is he's going to communicate to our high school principals with regards to high school graduation. Are you okay, Dr. Godfrey, with me putting him on the spot like that?
Sure.
Because I assume he's the one making the communication.
Well, the good news is I hope they're all listening, so we'll figure it out. But ultimately, that they would have the opportunity to identify and wear exactly what you described, while still upholding the policy of any concerns to prevent kind of what Mr. Dunford had alluded to before, but liking the idea of a, I can't even see the language, but I think it's something that can be
Let's
followed.
say it 5 or 6 times.
Right.
Recognized items of religious or cultural significance.
I do,
All together now.
as Superintendent Godfrey alluded to, the challenge of the pre-approval. I think they would rather just a generalized statement that's able to move forward, because they don't want to have the time or have the time to kind of go through every individual, but recognizing that and sharing that message with their faculty and staff, who, as you know, oversees these ceremonies and puts things together. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me. I am so grateful to this board for helping me find a path forward. I think the most moving, so much of what was shared tonight, but what I'm envisioning right now are the words of many of you who voiced that as you walk on that stage in 8 or 9 days, whatever you choose to wear, whether that is a lei or the flag, you're not walking on that stage alone. You are walking with those that came before you. And I, for one, am grateful that, I don't know where the rest of the board is, but I get a sense, I'm grateful that you will get that opportunity to walk with those who sacrificed so that you could be in that moment. And I hope that is a very special and memorable experience for you and for all of us who will be celebrating with you. So thank you for those inspiring messages.
Are you ready to vote?
I would also hope that everyone would help their fellow students understand that extremism is going to hurt everyone. And that there's a brotherhood here that would say, let's let this be as dignified and as worthy an event as it can possibly be, rather than the distractions of extremism that may threaten everyone.
Thank you. And I think that we've heard eloquently portrayed tonight through the comments that we've listened to that this is a sacred opportunity for each of us to be able to honor not only the people who brought us to this point, the people who have supported us, and I think that as members of a society in the United States of America, it's a real privilege to be able to put our arms around one another, and it's an honor to be able to celebrate the culture that makes us a rich society. One of my lifelong heroes is Fred Rogers. I know that's how simple I am, but what I love about him is that every opportunity he had, he invited the people around him to be his neighbor. And I hope that this will be an opportunity for each of us to understand what it means to be a neighbor, a brother, a sister, and that we can keep that sacred. That we can respect the tone and the reverence of this event, because you students have worked for this, and we don't want to cheapen it. And I do have faith in the ability of our students to recognize that and to portray it properly.
Thank you. And I just want to thank this board. I did bring this to the agenda at the last minute, and I know that created a lot of concern, but I appreciate you all working through this and finding a path forward. Let's vote.
Yes.
We have a motion by Ms. George, a second by Mr. Robinson, to make an exception for this year to policy AA 419, to the graduation section of policy AA 419, to allow recognized items of religious or cultural significance during the graduation ceremony. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. And we'd love to have you come every week and applaud for us. That's awesome.
Hey, we're going to do catering for all of you at the next board meeting. All right. Everyone else. Yeah.
But please stay involved as we review this during this next year.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We have some more agenda items, but can we
That's
take...
just the beginning. The best is coming. You got to stay for the rest of the meeting.
We have a few more hours worth of agenda items, but can we take a 5-minute break? Okay.
Jenny Lynn, may I speak with you?
Are we rolling yet? Okay, thank you to all of those who have been listening in and are still listening in, and thank you to all of those that are still here. We appreciate your patience as we worked through some important issues and had some great recognitions and awards tonight also.
Is it appropriate to make a motion? Is it appropriate to make it a motion that we approve all the bids and all the consent agenda items all at once? Probably not.
Probably not, but talk fast. I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda items. And if you'll just name, I know you want to go fast, but if you'll name each of those items in your motion, because we are approving some significant items tonight.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items, which consists of board minutes, Jordan School District considerations for tax increment projects, 21-22 School Land Trust Amendment for Antelope Canyon, a contract for the superintendent of schools, and a contract for our business administrator.
Okay, second by Mr. Dunford, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Robinson to approve our consent agenda items. Is there any, do we take discussion on consent? We don't. Okay, all in favor?
But President, I think it would be really unfortunate if you didn't comment on the significance of those last two items.
Yeah, that's
and what it means.
Exactly what I was thinking too. Thank you. Our last two items, our contract for superintendent of schools and our contract for our business administrator that we are approving tonight, means that we are renewing their contracts for another 2 years. And by state law, that's all we're allowed to do is 2 years. And so both of their contracts were expiring. Actually, Mr. Larson's contract was expiring this summer, and we are renewing that for another 2-year term, so through 2024. And Dr. Godfrey's did not expire this summer, but as a board, we have chosen to put him on the same 2-year cycle that our business administrator is on. So we are giving him a new contract now for the next 2 years. And we are extremely fortunate and pleased to have Dr. Godfrey and Mr. Larson in our district. We truly have the best superintendent and business administrator in the state of Utah, and we are very grateful to have them and happy to renew those contracts for 2 years. Yes. All in favor of the motion, please.
You sure you want to do this? Two?
I'm in.
John? All right.
Don't ask them.
Hurry and vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I will take a motion to accept consent agenda items A through E.
I made the motion to accept the consent agenda items A through E.
I'll second.
A motion by Ms. Richards, second by Ms. Atwood to accept consent agenda items A through E. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. We have bids A through E. Would anyone like to motion to approve all the bids, or does anyone want to take any of these bids separately? Oh, sorry, F. Would anyone like any of these bids separated out? Okay, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve bids A, B, C, D, E, F.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. George to approve bids A through F. Any discussion to that motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Our bids are approved. And we will now move on to our superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
I don't know how I top anything there, but I'll give a shout out to the foundation right now because I got to be part of the challenge run. I got to DJ, and it's really fun to make other people listen to what I want to listen to. And I watched for the students to react to see how I was doing, and many of them gave me a thumbs up, and so I think I hit the mark. But it's just fun to be a part of that and to see the work that goes into that from the volunteers that are on the Jordan Education Foundation, from the city who make the park available to us through no small effort, who supported us with fire and police through that event, and also all of the teachers and parents and students and community members who came and participated and as a result contributed to classroom grants, and the sponsors who came. We have incredible sponsors and great swag, great food afterward, and so it's just an event that brings people together, raises funds for classrooms. We gave away a trip, gave away 2 big dirt bags, as they like to call them, and just a wonderful event and further evidence of the foundation's power in supporting not only our classrooms and our teachers, but in strengthening our community, just like you saw tonight with the awards. So thanks again to them for recognizing our wonderful ESP employees and for providing that opportunity to be part of that event.
Okay, committee reports and comments by board members. First of all, do we have any committee reports? Do you have anything?
I have a, go ahead. No.
I was just going to say that I have a couple items for a closed session.
We've met as a community outreach, whatever we're calling our ad hoc committee, and we've had a couple meetings. We're going to have a couple, at least one more, maybe 2. We just probably would like to take some time in the summer session, formerly called retreat. I think that would be a good time to kind of share our thoughts and get your thoughts. So.
Okay, Mr. Young.
Yeah. So a couple of reports from my role on the GAC committee, our Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee. They met today for half a day as kind of they called it a retreat. It was at the ASB. And we're able to just look forward to the next year to see what some of the goals and desires that they have. One of the things they would like to start looking into is creating some subcommittees that do start doing some parent outreach, some student outreach. And so they're going to begin looking at that and allowing for that to grow as people talked about today. Want to share with you the book that that GIAC is going to be studying over the next little while. I'm sure if any of you are interested in reading this as well, we can get you a copy. It's called Street Data. It's a next generation model for equity, pedagogy, and school transformation. I think I haven't started it. They just handed it out today, but it's taking data and taking it to a new level of understanding how what that data is impacting. And so I would imagine if anybody's interested, we can get you a copy of that. Just let me or Dr. Godfrey know. Couple of other books that were part of a conference that was hosted in March that our teachers and employees were able to attend. There were 2 books that came from that. One is entitled "I Wish My Teacher Knew," How One Question Can Change Everything for Our Kids. And again, if you'd like that, hope you don't mind me speaking for you, but I think we can get you a copy of that one. And then this one has more. It says, "Don't feed the elephants," and it's basically dealing with the elephants in the room. I'll let you into a little family story of mine. My dad one time commented how impressed he was that our family doesn't have any elephants in the room when we all get together. And I looked at him and said, "Oh, Dad, we have elephants. We just leave them at the doorstep before we come in the house." And so I thought of that as we as this book came up. But those are some of the things that committee is studying and doing. They're doing some tremendous work, and anxious over the next year to begin. They've really formed and normed and are really moving forward in doing some tremendous work and some meaningful work in the district, and will be able to really assist the board in future endeavors. As part of my role, as you all are aware, I did not attend the National School Board Association conference this year. Instead, was privileged to attend a conference that was hosted by the AASPA, and that is the American Association of School Personnel Administration. So essentially, human resource, the human resource arm of school districts. They hosted a diversity, equity, and I knew I was going to forget it. Inclusion. I was thinking now. Diversity, equity, and inclusion seminar in Chicago. It was a 2-day event, and I was able to attend that with Dr. Godfrey, Dr. Lemaster, all of the 3 heads, the 2 co-chair, the vice chair of the Jordan Ethnic Advisory Committee, and then 2 other administrators, I think is what we had. So we had a significant representation at the conference, and it was a great conference. It was one of the more meaningful conferences that I've been to on my time as a board, and every school board association one that I've been to has been meaningful, and so I think that tells you how impactful this one was. And there, while there were many tactical things, there were also a number of strategic items that allowed me to fully appreciate. One, everybody at the conference was really pleased that a superintendent and a board member would attend the conference. I think I was one of 2 school board members in attendance, and there was over 300 people at the conference, and you were one of 2 or 3 superintendents that were in attendance, and people were very excited about that. And there was some very meaningful sessions and speakers, and I'm grateful for the work that we have done as a district and as a board. I'm thankful that this board has recognized that we need to be a district that is inclusive of all members of its community. I hate that those words, diversity, equity, and inclusion, have become politicized, and have been almost turned into labels that people of sincere desire, that I know each of us to be, can't embrace those words for what they really mean, and not the political labels that they have become, and to fully appreciate that every one of us has a strong desire for every member of the Jordan, every student in the Jordan School District to feel connected and a part of the schools in which they attend. I think that's our desire, and it's not at the expense of others, it's at the increase of the entire community. And I'm grateful for the recognition of those things that this board has done. I also recognize we have a long road ahead of us to truly be a school district that values diversity and inclusion, so that we can all rise together and can become a much more rich and just meaningful and inclusive place for the students that reside in the Jordan School District today, will reside in the school district in 10 years, and reside 20 years from now. I'm excited for the trajectory that we're on, but also and that's what I came home with from this conference, is there is a lot of heavy lifting still in front of us. But I am grateful for a superintendent who sees clearly what it is that we as a board desire in this, and sees clearly what is needed in this district. And I was really thankful for the opportunity I had to be surrounded by such high quality people who have chosen the Jordan School District as the place where they are going to make an impact and make a difference. We have some tremendous individuals who have stepped out of their comfort zones, who are finding new spheres of influence as they have been willing to help this district move forward in such an important way. I'm so grateful for the tremendous people who are putting their trust in us to say, we're ready to move forward. We're ready to be better. And so those are the things that I took away from the conference. Grateful that the board was willing. That's a departure from how we've done things in the past, as far as we all attend the same conference. So I'm grateful that the board was willing to do that. And willing to, lots of slides. I can share that with any of you. But that was the conference. Do you have anything you want to add with regards to?
Just that the conference was really impactful, and it was great to have a team with administration and ESP and the board and superintendent all being able to spend time together, because we had incredible training in that conference. It was a smaller conference, but it was action-packed and concentrated. But it's also great to all be together and then be able to have those conversations in response to what we've just heard. And I think it really moved us forward. I've taken some very specific action as a result of what I learned at that conference. And the sacrifice of everybody who took the time to be there, I think really made an impact. So we just have to keep looking for those opportunities to get more input from outside of where we've been. We always have to think about how that impacts us in the most effective way, because not everything applies immediately. But there was so much that helped us move forward. And it's also encouraging to see that other districts where you see, hey, they've really made great progress, started a long time ago on that. So it's encouraging and reinforcing and informative, and it was a great experience to all be together to have the chance to do that. So
thank you. Any other committee reports or board member comments? Okay, I just have one from Jordan Education Foundation. Next event coming up is the golf tournament. It's June 23rd at Glenmore Golf Course. If you're interested in signing up a foursome to play, or they're also looking, for sponsors for the event, or whole sponsors. So if you know of any businesses that are interested in that, please spread the word. You can get the information online or register online at the Jordan Education Foundation website. Okay, let's go back to our study session items. Are you okay if we just stay out here, finish our 2 study session items? Okay. We've got, let me back up. Item B, USBE school grading exemption request for Jordan Virtual Learning Academy. Dr. Godfrey.
This is a request that comes because our virtual schools will not be able to meet the participation threshold, potentially, just because they're just newly established schools, and there's an understanding on the part of the legislature that when you're just establishing a school, that may be an obstacle. So there is the opportunity to request a waiver for the first 2 years that a school is, after a school has been established. We're not asking for that for any of the brick and mortar schools, but for our virtual schools, we're asking whether the board would support that request. So it just exempts the schools from having a school grade for those first 2 years while they get established.
And by making the request, we're requesting both years, or is it 1 year?
This is just for 1 year. It's a year at a time.
Is this because they've looked at the data and it's not good, and they'd like that? Do they know the result, or this is just kind of preempting any?
It's preempting. I think it's a precaution. Just there are lots of different reasons to take classes online this year, and you can only take the tests in person. So that with COVID and everything, that's just created a unique year, is all.
What, and frankly, I don't refer much to the school grading, but what kind of report can we as a board expect to get some sense of how the year went for them? Would that be appropriate for us to get some sort of update like that?
Certainly. This is only the school grade that in some ways functions like No Child Left Behind used to. So if you miss one mark, then your grade kind of tanks. The comparison to a class grade is if you miss that one project, then none of the other stuff counts. So you will still get data on what the results were like for these schools, but it's just the school grade portion that would not be included.
How are they going to figure out the school grade when a lot of those kids are hybrid and they're enrolled in more than one school?
Well, that's part of the complication that we have to sort through, and this would buy us some time to look at exactly how this applies effectively to our virtual schools.
Other districts are going to be in the same boat because they have similar schools created.
Right. It doesn't remove all accountability, just that school grade, and it just buys some time for us to look at how that applies effectively to those schools.
So is there still a report card for the school on this?
There's not a grade. You'll still see results from the school.
On the state website.
But not the school grade.
Okay.
I would be interested in your report card of the virtual schools. A presentation to the board from the superintendent from your perspective, here's the grade I give ourselves on our 3 virtual schools, and what went well, and what did we learn, and maybe what we're going to do differently next year.
I would love to give that presentation. The spoiler alert is that I'm excited about the results, but we'll dive deep into that, and we'll talk about what we've learned and what we've accomplished and where we go.
You need a motion, President?
Yeah. Yes.
I move that we approve Dr. Godfrey requesting an exemption to the school grading made by the Utah School Board Association for the Jordan Virtual Learning Academy.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Dunford and a second by Mr. Robinson. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, all in favor, please say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay. And Dr. Godfrey, do you have the direction you need from us?
I do, thank you.
Okay, next is an update on our capital projects fund. Ms. Richards.
Yes, on board docs, we have two documents. One regarding the lease revenue bond that Zions Bank helped us with. And then the second one is our capital projects fund balance, and it has had some changes. So that's why we're bringing it forward to you. And let me just kind of talk through a few points there, and then Mr. Larson, if you have anything to add, please feel free. Anyway, it came through with an increase with new numbers as we were looking at it, and so we ended up with, if you'll just read down through the line items, we get down to $33,768,696 as what we have right now in our fund. Now, the board has asked that we keep the South Jordan part separate, which is the almost 2.4 million that you see listed there. So really, we're looking at 31.4 million. As we read down through number 9, just some kind of notes. And the first one being, we have to kind of keep in mind that in 2027, we do have a $9 million lease revenue bond due.
And so what happens when it's due?
We pay it.
There is a lump sum payment at the end?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the second line item there is the state has given all schools some capital funds that have to be spent this year, must be used this year. And that's almost 4 million. Has to be used for capital projects. And it is one-time money.
Is that built into the 47.4 million?
It is not. It is not. Excuse me.
So that's a positive.
That is a positive, but it has to be spent this year, so we'll talk about that. And then the next line item there is the estimated cost of the flex school that we've been talking about, and that's kind of the sum that we've been tossing around. And then below that, what the estimated furniture for that school may cost at the $2 million. Okay? Mr. Larson, I'll turn it over to you from here and kind of talk through what we've got and what we're looking at.
Can I just, I want to make one clarifier.
Sure.
What did you say is our fund balance?
Well, initially I was looking at number 7, 33.7 million.
I want to remind the board that that's not our fund balance, that we take, before we get that, we take 27 million off the top.
Right.
So our real fund balance is projected at the end of the year to be closer to 60 million. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, they're at the top, almost 5.
And our 27 million that we take, that is what we have established as we are comfortable with for our reserves.
Right, right. So that's been taken out.
But that was 6 years ago, 7 years ago,
Right.
I think, that we established that number. And so I just want to make sure that there's an understanding that there's always an opportunity to revisit that number as well. That's not limited.
Yeah, That's a good point.
to us.
Good point, thank you. Mr. Larson?
Thank you. So this is not a budget. This is just where I think things will be for the end of this year. So the first number would be what I think the fund balance might be at the end of this year. And then the 60 million that was referenced would be the amount that I think it would be at the end of next year. But that is just looking at what is known today, not what decisions may be made. And so those, what I attempted to do was 1 through 7, or 1 through 8 really, is trying to reflect the annual pieces of this puzzle and take out the one-time things that are coming as number 9. That way you could see the annual impact. And the reason I wanted that was so that you could see the total in number 4 less the total in number 6 and see an operational excess for an opportunity to do some things. That is a little larger than what it was on the prior estimates. But with that operational difference there, you have an opportunity for something such as a lease revenue bond to be paid for out of those proceeds. And so the lease revenue bond document is also attached there if you want to see how that compares. So that's an opportunity that's quite nice. But you do have approximately 60 million. If the board were to choose to use cash, it would deplete the available, and then some of the 27 million that was available or was set aside, that opportunity also exists. You have a couple of options there.
Can the 6.3, I can't believe that the only requirement is that it be used on capital projects. Is there more specificity to the usage of those?
My understanding from the meetings I went to was this was part of the legislation this year, that the legislature heard that school districts across the state have capital needs that are going unaddressed. And therefore, the legislature took some of the $1 billion excess that they have, and our portion of that is $6 million.
So in theory, we could apply that to the construction of the new school, as long as it was done before June of 2023.
Yes.
June 30th of 2023, or paid.
Yeah, so correct. In the committee meeting, I had suggested that I think an approach might be that we just simply apply it towards the Bingham project, and then magically the Bingham project clears out 6.4 million that then could be applied towards something beyond June 30th, 23, so that it frees up this money in a manner that we can comply, and yet it just becomes unrestricted funds that way if you shuffle the deck a little bit, how we designate what funds what. And then the state would be perfectly happy. The meetings I went to, Superintendent, correct me if you heard differently, but we were told that the USBE is mandated to have a report on the use of this money, but it will be possibly the simplest report we have ever seen from USBE. Like 2 questions. Yeah, part of me thinks I'll believe it when I see it. If it's less than 10 pages long, that will be nice. But if it truly is 2 questions, that will be phenomenal, and we can just report, yes, the money was used. Bingham High has had renovations going for a while, so we can take care of that, and then just kind of move that project off to this other freed up funds.
It'll be the simplest report and the most difficult audit.
Yeah. Perhaps, maybe this is your role, I don't know, but the committee did talk about a preference between lease revenue and cash.
Right, and I brought that up before. As you can see, we do have enough to pay cash for our flex building. The committee felt they were hesitant in spending that all the way down because there may be something unexpected coming, that we haven't anticipated. So our recommendation is still a lease revenue bond to pay for that building.
For the full amount of the building?
Yeah.
But the 27 million is what we have for if something unexpected comes along.
It is there, but we'd like to leave that alone if we can.
If other opportunities came, would there be options available to have additional cash?
I need some time to get my head around that. I think the lease revenue bond is a powerful tool and one that always ought to be considered, especially when we have gap. It does turn this. It does create $15 million of more cost for the building in the interest payments that we would be making, and so I need to get my head around that. I still think when we did the lease revenue bond, we were in a spend down mode, and so I think it's always a good thing to take that into consideration, and I appreciate the work that's been done. I need to get my head around utilizing the cash that we do have and the cost that this would take to have our cash sitting on the sideline.
Yeah.
And so I just need some time to get my head around that and make sure I feel okay about that $15 million extra expense that this could possibly cost us.
I can very much appreciate that. And I don't know if now is the time, but I'll just describe it this way maybe. Lease revenue bonds are best utilized for a construction project, not for a building. I'll put it that way, because of the renter, the lease arrangements. So if it's not a building, cash is a more preferred method, because it's hard to rent something that's not a building.
Yeah, and in answer to your question, Tracy, Ms. Miller, sorry. You said all of it. Lease revenue bonds are hard to break up because the owner is the lending company. And so how do you break it? You own the gym, but we own it's better to do the whole building at one time.
So you can't say that we're going to put half down with cash and do the other half lease revenue bond?
You can. It just means that the owner of the investor on the bonds owns a portion of the building, and therefore how do they feel about that if we were to default on the loan? How easily, what's their credit risk then going out and finding someone else to purchase from them half a building?
Are you sure that's how it would work? Wouldn't it be more akin to if I paid 50% cash for my house and then took out a mortgage for it? The bank would still be in a first position if I defaulted on my loan to take the whole house.
You're saying if we put up the entire building as collateral?
Yeah.
Not just the half that they
are funding.
You could do that. Yeah.
I think something else that's pretty important is I wish we could pay for this new growth, these new buildings with impact fees, and we can't. The second best way is bonds, whether or not they're lease revenue bonds or general elected bonds, because then those who are moving in our area that are causing us to build these schools can help us pay for them. I've always, at first, always said, well, let's pay it out of capital, let's pay it out of capital, but then those who are moving into our area that are causing us to build these new schools are not helping paying for those new schools. And so I'm very much a proponent of bonds, because it spreads the payoff among those who are not only in our community, but those who are going to come in and use those facilities. Can I ask one more question on that? What if a school was to burn down? Where would that money, would that come from that fund? Or are the rainy day funds, or?
Our buildings are insured with the state.
Okay.
So we would, similar to a home, there would be certainly aid and assistance and reconstruction from the state. Part of the, what do you do in the interim has been
We'd have to pick up that cost.
There would be, for example, if a high school burned down, there would be a lot of scrambling to figure out what do we do immediately while we're trying to get ducks in the row with the state. So.
Okay.
And we're not limited to just the capital reserves to fund that. We could dip into the general fund reserves as a bridge. If we knew we were going to be reimbursed but needed cash now, we could use capital. If the capital is used, we could use the general fund for those sorts of things, knowing it would be reimbursed, correct?
Yes. Yeah, the general fund can be used for other fund purposes, but not the reverse. You can't use the specific funds for general fund purposes. So yes.
And then, as you recall, Jonathan Ward tonight talked about the reimbursement resolution. And if we are going to proceed with the lease revenue bond, it would be nice to have that signed by June 14th, which is our next meeting. So, just something.
But even if we said yes to that resolution, we're still not committing ourselves to it. So it's kind of, if there's even a modicum of possibility that we're going to do it, we might as well do it.
I agree.
And then.
I agree.
Yeah.
On that.
So do you need a motion to put that on the agenda for the 14th?
Based on, yeah.
I think it needs to be on the agenda for sure.
Does everyone agree to go ahead and at least do the resolution for a lease revenue bond in June 14th? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the plan was already to have it on there, so we'll just.
I will say that I've said this over and over again. I really wish we would talk to the city and talk to schools before we start to spend money, and I'm still waiting for those.
Who's we?
District, the board, somebody's got to mention what we're doing and have a plan.
Yeah, no, that's good.
I just ask we because I think that it's very generalized on who should have those conversations. And I think that when it's generalized, it's not as focused as to who should be having those conversations.
Well, so far, nobody's had the conversations, so.
Okay, so who would you like to see have those conversations?
Facilities committee, district, facilities administration would be great. I just want to make sure we're vetting those guys and getting that early so that they can start thinking about the impact that it will be on them. The teachers will go out in a week and they won't be able to get a hold of. I would love to have them tell us what they think about this.
That's all scheduled.
Okay. That's all I was asking, is if that's scheduled. Thanks, Bryce.
Okay, that is the end of our study session agenda. I will take a motion to go into closed session. I've got property, potential litigation, and negotiations. Do we have any character and competence?
We have a letter. Oh, no, that's just getting emailed to us, right? Yeah.
Do we have anything else to add?
Okay, I'll take a motion then.
I'll make a motion that we go into closed session for character and competence of an individual, property, and negotiations.
And potential litigation.
And potential litigation. I'm sorry, I added something that wasn't supposed to be there.
That's okay. We'll just go into, we'll just take it all.
Will somebody second?
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards to go into closed session. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.